Nothing seems to be working properly. Welcome in. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good weekend. I think it is Monday. I'm unsure, as always, on Mondays. I never know. Um, Paul, welcome in. How are you? How was the weekend? How's everything? How's the day so far? We have some news. We officially have the Apple event, but this is gonna happen later today, so it's not gonna happen on stream, because it's supposed to happen like at 10 p.m. for me, so that's not an option. So we'll recap everything on Wednesday, potentially, maybe. I don't know if it's gonna be worth it, but I don't know. I don't know how's everything is going. Sometimes everything is good, sometimes everything is debatable. Right now, I'm in a very interesting state with the builds and the thing that I have. The I have some weird thing that I need to showcase, but that's for in a little bit. But for some reason, I've been testing out the integration of Claude directly within Xcode, and it's good. I'm impressed. Cyber Sector, come on in. How are you? How's the day going? As always, I can't really have Xcode and the stream one running at the same time because that's conflict waiting to happen. And Cursor is also like making the stream not good, so I really need a new computer, but I don't have enough funds to buy a new computer because a new computer is 6K. Thank you, Apple, for the overpriced tech, as always. We like it. We like it. Grizz, welcome on it. How's the day going? You're still looking for a job. I'm still looking for a job too. Which is not the greatest thing, but it happens. I'm also not looking for a job, to be clear. People that are looking for jobs are actively looking most of the times and doing some interviews or at least sending CVs and shit. I don't do that kind of shit. Not anymore. I stopped. If I die, I die. I don't care. That is the mentality. I can survive. It's just it's bad, but you know, it's fine. You got a job, congrats. No, the current situation is just like everything, or specifically the things that I'm looking for, are going to be located in Japan. And currently, with the new politics in Japan, they are requiring me to be able to speak and write and read at N2 levels. And me specifically, my writing and readings is at like N5, which is like some of the lowest levels, and my speaking is at like N3-ish, N4 plus, N3 minus roughly, and therefore it's not good enough. I'm close to potentially moving in, but it's just like not great. Not great. So, at some point it's gonna be fine. But then again, the other thing that is um, happening is this. I'm using Japan Dev because it's one of the platform that has some of the good jobs for foreigners that are applying to Japan related jobs. And lately, everything that you have in the design stuff, which is like not much, but uh, this company, I've applied to them 3 times, 2 times on this one, and then there is not the other one. The other one have been removed, but they used to be the exact same job listing every fucking time, and it's just like I've already applied to these things, so that's not the best, and there is no real other places where you can just get foreigners friendly jobs. So like that's the thing. We want to see this, the apply from abroad. That means that you would be able to just like get a visa sponsorship and be in, but then that salary is too low for me. Sorry, I'm expensive. And then Japanese required is something that is like the N2 level that they are requiring, which I don't have just yet. Then these things are really good because it's a full remote things. You can apply from abroad. You don't necessarily need the Japanese, but they don't reply. So it's fine. You said you created a chat with virtual copy of you with Gemini Light for your portfolio website on Sunday. I hope to finish it at the end of the week. When you say a copy of yourself, you mean like you have given directions to Gemini Light to run locally on your computer or on your website specifically, so that if you have someone that comes in your website portfolio thing, they can ask questions and you would reply to them. Is that the plan? Is that the thing? That's interesting. That's an interesting concept. I think I've seen that many times. Um, Specifically with terminal interfaces, that's usually what people are doing. They are doing like some fake terminal with predefined questions or predefined commands like npm whatever, and it does reply automatically with like predefined answers. But if you have like an LLM that is doing things in the background, that's pretty interesting. However, Phil's
I Phil's just resubscribed for 24 months. Party Popper AAOAHI Stony 90 waving.
Indeed. 24 months is a long time. God damn. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. That's almost a year. That's crazy. Wow. 24 months. Welcome back. I hope you're good. I hope your weekend was good. Your resume as knowledge base, and I plan to add some additional info. That's interesting. Make sure, please, make sure that you scope this thing as much as possible. Cat, welcome on in. How are you? You need people to not be able to ask for a muffin recipe. You need people to be able to, or not be able to ask for the weather in a very specific location. Like it needs to be as scoped as possible so that it doesn't expand in something that is just like not useful for the viewers. So make sure that you have guardrails, guidelines, system prompts, and so on that are like as solid as possible. Otherwise, it's just gonna be the worst experience for the viewers, for you, for your building. If it's like paid, be careful. Other than that, that's cool. What is you losing your mind with, Cat, this time? Um, we can just start it. That's true every time. Every time. But still, like working on the weekends for you is a bit of a different vibe than working during the week, I'm sure. Almost 85% sure. It is different. And therefore, weekend might be a bit more interesting, fun, eventful. I don't know. Um, yeah, everyone seems to be needing a job. That is the consensus from the beginning of the stream today. Everyone is saying, "Well, we all need a job." That's the thing. Um, okay, cool. That's good. That is good news. What do you mean money is not infinite? You mean I've been paying my bills with not an infinite credit card's money glitch? God dang. I need a I might need a job as well. I have some things. I have some freelance stuff coming up potentially. I don't know, um, and it's not gonna be enough to like sustain me much. But you know, it's a referral thing. So if I end up working with that potential new clients, the referrer is going to get 15% off on the next job. And since they have worked with me multiple times, the next job is probably going to come in early-ish. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. But yeah. Things that I need to talk about. I know. I kept it because it's good. So it's a can of Coke. I know. I know. Don't worry about it. It's one of the big cans, the 500 mLs cans, and French people don't have this on a usual basis. We have the regular 33 and 300, and then lately we've been having the minis that are like 100 and something. Um, and this one is illustrated, and for some reason it's a very interesting illustration. There is something with the sleeve that looks like teeth to me. But it's nice. The size is what I like. I like them big. I like big cans. And that's one of the reasons why my energy drinks intakes is also, or used to be, as big, is because the energy drinks are coming into 500, and that's so much better than the small ones. You heard it first. The big one are better. Oh my god. Anyways, um, why is it expensive? Like that's the thing that I don't understand as well. I don't know. Anyway, so that's one of the things. Hugo, work on it. It is. It is. But these ones are pretty good. I like this. I like the size. Big size uh, are much better, and 500 is good enough. If I get, which is not the case for today, but if I get two smalls, I'm getting 600 ish, and if I get just one big, it's 500. So it's like a bit of a limit. Are you gonna miss it? You're gonna miss it. God damn it. So that's a nice news. We like big cans, big jugs, as we say. Other than that, everything else is fine. It's almost 100. That's interesting. I don't know. Is this something that is like Belgium based? That's a that's an interesting bee. And that's a very slow bee. Let's see if it's rigged. Maybe it's rigged. I don't know. I don't know. No, it's not. It's not. I'm missing the target. Like there's no way. There's no way I'm making it. Um, I was about to say something and my brain said shortcut, short circuit, and now we don't know. Yes, so since obviously I've been unable to build things because I don't have tokens anymore. I am currently re-looking at the timeline to learn iOS dev. The regular roadmap that happens, and there is a ton of things in there that is interesting in the sense that the roadmap that they have is like understanding the language that you want to learn. So for me, it's mostly Swift, understanding the foundational things like the OS related content, the media architectures and so on. All of that is really interesting. And then once we have all of that, we get the core programming concepts, which are common to most programming languages, I think, but probably with some alternatives here and there for like Swift specific or UIKit related, like specific, Objective-C specific for iOS, and then moving on to other things. This roadmap is pretty good. I technically, not ready, technically have the UI design, Swift UI navigation views, and some of the architectural patterns already understood, not necessarily in a good way, but already understood-ish. And that's potentially good. But there is so much in there that I'm like kind of lost. I've been looking at it for a bit, and it's just ah, it's it's overwhelming in a sense that is not this chart and this roadmap doesn't make a lot of sense because you have things all over the place. You may have elements that are not linked to each other entirely. Like the common threads is not threadings as you want it to threads. So it's complicated if you go into one direction. You need to tackle all of that and then you go back to the fundamentals and then go back here and so on. So that's a bit of a complex system for me to it might happen. I don't know. I might create something. There is that. There is also the fact that it's halfway kind of easy to understand for my brain. In most of these concepts and most of these things are stuff that I have talked about before or have in my head with different words. So, for example, the one that I was in a second ago, which is the object-oriented programming, a lot of people are saying this is something that is very specific to devs, and we had that discussion before with, I think, Jan or Chipolis. I forgot which one of the two it was, but it was one of them, I think. But for me, if I just like switch the wording and instead of saying object, we say component, and a component-oriented design is the same thing, kinda. Um, because it's basically containing a single instance of something and then you reuse it all around, but you have some sort of a container that has the ability with properties and so on. It is not like entirely that, but by simply rephrasing and reformulating some of these sentences and some of these concepts, I do have the understanding. So all of that is interesting. I do know that I'm lacking a lot on the architecture system and on anything that is data related. So anything related to like core data and concurrency, I have a ton of issues with that. I don't know um, anything. I have watched most of the video from WWDC 22, I think 22 or 23, that were implementing Swift concurrency in the first place, and then after that, I lost all my knowledge on the concurrency, so I don't know much. But the main reason for this is because I'm not able to build things if I don't have the understanding. And if I have the understanding, I would be able to build better things and potentially some refactoring of the existing code that I have, which is already really bad. But also, it's a lot of work, so I don't know. I don't know. It's a bit of a big dilemma, and I've talked about it before on the work that needs to be done in the simple principle of current AI models are good enough so that I don't need to learn, but because current AI models are getting more expensive, I need to learn so that I can work without them. And it's learning because of necessity instead of learning because of interest. And as my brain work or don't work, depending on how you want to see it, if I'm not interested in the thing that I'm building and it's out of necessity, it's not going to work, and my brain is not going to let me work. So I don't know. It's a big ass dilemma on this one. I have a feeling that it's feasible, but I also have a feeling that this is not um, the simplest of tasks. But maybe it needs to happen. Maybe it needs to happen. However, as I mentioned before, and as I said and showcased in the past on these streams, doing some tutorials and doing some reading on stream feels like a waste of stream, if that makes any sense to anyone. Um, like, we are here to have a discussion, to chat about design and devs and so on. And if I'm currently, like, let's say I'm going into, I don't know, co-location, I don't know what that is, and I'm reading this, which already is pissing me off because of the amount of fucking text there is, but I'm reading this to understand co-location and how it works and what are the dependencies, the structure that I can use, and so on. I don't think this is an interesting enough type of content for the stream. I know some of you would say, "No, it's good. It's a good content. You can see a designer to struggle with code. It's nice. We love to see you struggle." But I don't think it's interesting. Again, for core location specifically, because we clicked on it, I feel like if I were to build like an app that contains core location, might be interesting. Um, but yeah, I know, I mumble in the background, which is appreciated for a lot of lurkers as well. But if I were to be looking at tutorials and reading text, there would be no mumble. That's the thing. I would just be quiet. You would listen to the music, which is DMCA free music, so it would be on repeat, and you would notice that it is on repeat. Because now, because I'm speaking, you can't hear the music, but if I shut up, it goes back up. But yeah, that's again, like if I'm looking at tutorials, it's gonna be some sort of a not so good content system. So that's the idea, at least for me. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Nonetheless, nonetheless, it's still true that I am like kind of at on the verge of saying, ah, yeah, you know what, I need to do that. That would be really useful. Um, but also I understand how complex this is going to be for me as a non-dev with limited understanding of the code stuff. Um, and again, the ability to use the AI models that are built in, um, and half good. Don't tell me that. Oh, I'm gonna need to kill some people again. I don't understand how this is happening, but for some reason, Anthropic is disconnecting me at like every 3 days, every 4 days, even though I just used it earlier today. It makes no sense. Anywho, it's logged in. But going back to what I was saying earlier, it is really impressive that the internal um, integration is good. I know, I know. But the thing that we have right now in the base system of Xcode with having the chat integration directly on the left side of the IDE, even though Xcode is not the best IDE, we all know that. It is pretty good. It has a bit of a better understanding of the context and the docs from Apple, which is good. And it has the ability to just get in some sort of I mean, some access to the internal docs that are living on macOS as soon as you have Xcode installed on your computer. So that's an interesting thing. The output is good enough, and it fixed two of my issues. So again, I'm launching the preview. This is probably going to break the stream. I'm just letting you know, as always. Um, it might be, I don't know. It might take a while as well because this is going to be massive. But it fixed some issues. We had some issues with the navigation bar, and now it's fixed. We had some potentials updating when it comes to the widgets and the readings slash example sentences that have been changed and updated, which, by the way, I sent a version for review to Apple yesterday, like basically last night, and said, you know what, they are not going to review that on a Sunday night. So that way I can fix the thing that I had in my head this morning, which I did. But apparently during the night they approved it. So the app got updated, which is good. Which is good, but now it needs another update. So yeah. I think JavaScript is just like weird. As I mentioned before, the syntax just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. And yeah, like that's the thing. It's just a syntax situation where it just doesn't make any sense in my head. Not in a bad way. It's just like the way that it's written is just like not making any fucking sense. So it happens. Anyways, changes that happens. We now have proper Figma on the readings examples during or within the Kana particles marker things for sentences, which is pretty good. I made that a bit bigger than what we have in the kanjis. So that is just like it's a bit of a better thing. The nav bar is not breaking. It used to break, now it's not. So I'm pretty happy with that. It looks as if it was not exactly the same color as usual, but that's fine. But yeah, these ones, as we mentioned before, this is not really good for people that needs glasses, and it is tiny. I know it is tiny, but it's way tinier than what we had before. However, it's there as a help, and you should not rely on them in order to be able to read this. So that is my reason. I want to make sure that you have the options if you want to squint a bit and put your phone a bit closer to your face. But yeah, I don't know what we could do uh, as a blind emote. I think you need something that is basically also we need to talk about this thing. But since the frame is going to be 28 by 28, that's the that's the fucking thing. Either Denny, hi, welcome in. How are you? Either you do something that is uh like that as glasses and big eyes and so on, as if you are like, looking at things, or you going the other way and you're doing the squint, which is there, kind of like. I don't know, but that's the only two options that we have in my eyes. I'm pretty good. I'm tired. I have a bit of a thing on my ribs. I don't know why. I've been having some pain on the side, which is not like heart related, which is good, but still it's still in the same location that is like on the side, and that's not the greatest stuff. Anyways, um, we have we have this and then it's a weird thing. It's when I do some specific type of movements with my left arm, but it's not supposed to be linked. Like right now, I've been laughing, and therefore the contraction on these muscles, the striation on the side of my rib cage, are doing things that are not supposed to do, and yeah, I don't know. It's a weird situation. It's a weird situation. But yeah, no, these are these are cute. This one is great because it's cloth based, and this one is is pretty good as well. I like it. I like it. It's fun. Both of them are fun. Look at it. um, nonetheless, nonetheless. So this is kind of new. It's been updated. I like this. We also have, as I mentioned, better readings and better things right there for the Frigana at the top. As always, this is starting the app with the default theme, which is gray, which is not the best option. I think I should probably bring it back. Larkham, hi, welcome in. Bringing back to blue as default theme so that people can see things as it's intended to be. But even then, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. What do you mean? Larkin, what do you mean? You need to own your issues. This is not okay. This is not okay. But have a good rest of your day. That's a fair point as well. Yes, yes. Um, so that's pretty cool. It's working. The simplification when we don't have the meaning underneath is pretty good. I love what I've done with the ear placement with the teeny tiny offset on the right side changing a bit. I like that. I think this is really cute. But small stuff. Small stuff. And we'll see. This is I'm gonna kill that because For reasons. For reasons. On another note of things that we need to talk about kind of quickly, roughly, not really, but kind of. These things popped in my feed, and I was like, this is a pretty good logo. It's a nice looking thing. It looks pretty clean. It's one of the AI butthole logos things. I like it. And then I looked at it for 5 more seconds. Taya, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How have you been? How was your weekend? And then I noticed things that makes it really, really bad. And then the more I've been looking at it, the more I was like, this has been made manually by someone that doesn't have the understanding of the tools that they are using. And and that's what I'm talking about right here. So they have different spacing in between their points, and they haven't placed, like, if you look at this, they haven't placed anything on a true circle. So I redid it with true equal spacing, and then I overlapped both of these things to showcase what are the difference. And yeah, they basically eyeballed the placement of every of the tetra heads right there. And it is very Umbrella Corp, but Umbrella is very much Umbrella. So um but yeah, so that was kind of sad. And then when you look at them side by side, like, from far away, this one and this one are roughly the same thing. And it's fine. It looks the same. It's a nice flower, like whatever. But eh, so yeah. Then you said, I'm trying to create a Reels app for high achievers, pull from the news for multiple categories so I can start doom scrolling something that gives me value back. Uh, with what Kat said of, I'm pretty sure it already exists. Yes. I think you have Pornhub stories. No. There is one, I think it's from Brilliant, that have a very similar things. That does a TikTok style things for learning, but it's also like not as good. But it's an option. Um, are you ready for the exams, Tayeb? Or are you not? Because that's also an option. You can be not ready and be good, and it's gonna be fine. So yes, we just needed to talk about this thing because it's very important to remember that, when we are building things, if you have the tools, or if you don't know the tools that you need to use, you will end up with something that kind of looks like this. And with this misalignment, which to me is big, but it's not the most massive misalignments in the world, but it's just like kind of like we are not in the right spot if we put them center by centers. If we dropped everything down by the amount that needs to be like that, basically, then we are good. But nonetheless, there is something which I have mentioned before. If you have a landing page, so let's say that this is your hero section for your landing page, whatever, and you decide to have a floating header that is right here, and then you say, "Let me put my title," and you do something that looks like this, which nothing against it. Is just it's a common behavior, and everything is fine and so on. But this is not on purpose. and you may have a font that is, I don't know, 56 or something. That could, if you make the conscious decision that it's supposed to be bigger, and you do something like this, for example, with very massive text, then okay, this is on purpose big text, not an issue. Or you do the opposite and you're like, okay, cool. So the title is not that important, but it still needs to be visible, and you have like a big ass visual around there, then that's another thing, and it's on purpose as well. But if you are quite in the middle, like right here, it feels too big and too small at the same time because it doesn't have the purposeful placement. And that is, to me, basically what is happening here. If it was supposed to be offsetted and have that kind of 4 to 8 pixel difference in between the two, then it doesn't look like that's on purpose, and it looks more like a mistake than anything else. So you kind of need to prepare for that. It could have been like up by almost nothing. Like I'm almost certain that if I did, god damn it, if I did something like uh, this instead, then that's obviously on purpose. You can tell that this is an on purpose offset because of the amount that it is, and it creates something in the center that is not necessarily what you would have seen. But this, because it's like right there, is kind of the alignment that we need to have. This is the current alignment, so it's like not quite there yet. And just having like that amount of offset by, I think, putting the top of this one somewhere around here, like at the top, then we end up with something where these two are in a diagonal that makes sense, and you have a shape that looks more interesting. It creates a letter. You lose the flower, but it's interesting too. So, small details. If the details make sense, then it's good. Um, you studied for a whole 3 days in this month. Are you saying this as a good thing, or is it a bad thing from your point of view? I have judgment, but it's a different type of judgment. Um, not trying to do books at all. That's interesting. Then I'm not, because it's happening at 10 p.m. and I would be sleeping by then. I would be sleeping. Um, I think, I think, uh, headway is what you want. Headway is what you want. It is really good. This is basically saying, I don't have the time to read the entire book, and I just want the knowledge of said books condensed. And there is a ton of things in there that are interesting. It helps. And if you are not looking for the knowledge of the books, and you're looking for the knowledge on another format, then you're gonna have the knowledge of the books from another format. That's what's gonna happen. Like, people are basically taking knowledge of the books and giving it to you, even if it's unconscious, subconscious. So, you know, it's a thing. Nonetheless, if you just want videos content, I think what you need is a brand new TikTok account. Like, you get yourself an Android phone, something that is cheap. You put TikTok on it, and you create a new account where you just go there and you search for the information in question that you are looking for, and you do that for like 2 days. And then every time there is a pair of tits, someone dancing, whatever, you block the account. Like you don't interact with it. You block the account. You just like you open it, you block the account, and then you go back into your feed. And you would have more and more content that is related to the thing that you're trying to get and see, and it's the algorithm is gonna adapt to your interest and your need and your stuff. And I think it's gonna be easier than anything else. But if you want to build an app that does that basically and just extract content and give it back to the users, um, that's that's an option. Entire the difference is that if you go on YouTube and you need to search for the topic, you need to know what topic you want to see. And with what Danny is talking right now is that it might not be the case. They might not know exactly what type of thing they want to see, and therefore they kind of need some sort of an algorithm thingy that is prompting them with stuff that they might not have seen or searched for in the first place. So going with the TikTok algorithm, the Instagram Reels algorithm, if that's an option, that's a good thing. Um, the not the TikTok, the TikTok stem tab. You have this as well on TikTok. So if you go into your profile, you go into your content preference, you will have the STEM feed as an option, and the STEM feed is learnings content. Anything that is science-based, anything that is tech-based, like a ton of content in there is pretty good and pretty useful. And if you just do that, you know, you may have already like less content than the regular titties and things that I'm seeing on a daily basis, because um, if I do that, this is the scariest thing. Some titties. What did I say? But yeah, no. Most of the content in the STEM feed is also something that you can have. This is within the settings, and right now we don't have access to it. Not in the not on the desktop app website. Um, so it's basically like a filter. Yes, it's a filter, but it's a filter that is filtered by the recommendation algorithm and trusted sources, and somehow, sometimes, partnered account with TikTok. So the type of accounts that are doing STEM related content that are uh, like in partnership with TikTok to be put on that specific sub channel. So that's a good thing. Um, yeah, the thing that people don't understand is that it's the same for any fucking app. When people are telling me that the app is shit, I'm getting there. I'm 100% going to the app and testing it out, because there are like specifically for things like TikTok that is algorithm based and audience based. If you do things in a way, the algorithm is going to reward you to see the same thing, because that's like your bubble, your thing. Their goal is to make sure that you stay there for as long as possible. And if you interact with, like, I wish I could just do that. I know it's not safe for many reasons, but right now I'm looking at the French version off the feed, which is never a good idea. But I have a lot of comics. I have a lot of woodworking stuff like that for no fucking reason. I'm not someone that's gonna build a fucking house, but if I did, I would have everything I need. I would know what are the best practices for these things and so on. And like there is a ton of things in there that would make sense. Some of them would not. I wish I had the specifics that I see on a weekly basis. Um, but I have a ton of things that are like Japan related, fashion related, construction related again, and food related for obvious reasons. So haircut related apparently right now. Um, and that, you know, that's that's interesting, but it's not girls dancing on a on the app all the time. It's just like it's a different thing. So it's more interesting content. Um, yeah. What I do most of the time, I wish I had a safe enough thing that I could just show you what happens. This was not some ass, but it looks like it. Um, like this one, which is an undisclosed AI generated account. um, what happens is I do this, and then I do that, and then I go back to my feed. And I keep scrolling. Like that's basically what's happening. It's just like it's that simple. Every time I see something that I'm not necessarily interested by or I don't want to see that type of content, I just block the fucking account. Which means that uh, my block list is full of French. It's full of content that is absolutely useless. It's full of AI generated content. It's full of religious content, and all of that is just like blocked people. The latest thing that I'm doing, which is really cool, everyone that is pushing TikTok Shop is getting blocked instantly. So if I see the teeny tiny thing at the bottom that just says um, paid partnership or TikTok Shop, whatever, is just swipe, tap, block. And yeah, it was the case. So in the we need to go in timeline now. God damn it. So not that. The the company ByteDance is the original parent of TikTok. And then so ByteDance is the Chinese company. And then they created Douyin, I think. It's written like this, I'm not sure. And then it was so popular in China that they created um I mean they didn't really create TikTok. They saw something that was called Musically, um and said, oh, we're gonna acquire this company, we're gonna rebrand it to TikTok, which is like same system, same ID. It's similar to Douyin, which was a copy of Musically in the first place, but they rebranded it, and then this one is the one that was distributed to the rest of the world. I know, weird timeline. Nonetheless, this becomes a US based TikTok version, and Trump and the fucking US was saying, "Oh, this is a Chinese spy app. It can't happen. We can't have this. So we need to split it." And at that point, there were no buyers, then buyers, no buyers, and something. It was a bit of a mist of we don't know. And then there is a company that said, "Oh yeah, you know what? We're gonna buy these things." And that company is Oracle. And god damn it, that Stony, welcome on in. That company is Oracle, and they acquired TikTok. And as soon as they did, the entirety of the content is very much right wing, very much AI features because Oracle and data and data centers and so on is their business. So they want these things to be like very much AI centered and so on. And since that happened, this version of TikTok is very shitty. It's I should go into the yeah, like that color. It's very bad. It is very bad. We don't like it. It's not the best recommendation that they have done, and they are pushing things that I don't care about. Like there is the amount of content that I have seen that is police related from the US makes absolutely no sense to me because I don't live there, and like that's it's a thing. So timeline wise, this is what happened. And so at the time where they started to push things to you that are not related to your interest is basically when this happened, because what happened in the merger, in the transition, is that TikTok USA, held by Biden's, kept welcome back kept the algorithm, kinda, and sold the app. So they gave the app to Oracle, and they kept what made it interesting. And then they Oracle decided to slash some of um, the reward programs. So everything that is like paid content was slashed. They introduced TikTok Shop so that we, as users, were seeing a lot more TikTok Shop stuff instead of the regular content from the people that we are following, and so on. So there has been, since the acquisition, a lot more content that we were not supposed to see because the algorithm in the first place would not have recommended to us. But because of the incentive of Oracle to have like more data, more stuff, more AI pushed to the users, we are seeing a ton of more content. So that's the whole thing. It's not much. It's not complicated to understand, at least not from my point of view, but it is something that is kind of um, fun to see. And from my point of view, my uncle was on Musically in the first 6 months of the app, roughly. Um, and he talks about it when I was, I don't know, I feel like I was 16, 18 maybe max, not even, I think 16. And Musically was 2014, so 14, 12 years ago. Yeah, I was 18. I was right. um and he was on this thing, and yeah, I don't know how he discovered this thing, but he just uh he just did. um Vine was already dead. um Vine kind of died when Musically came up. Like I think musically was a replacement for Vine as a knee-jerk reaction of the market saying we need a short form platform of video because it was extremely popular and successful, and we need a thing to replace it. And and it kind of worked, but yeah. Um, the I mean, at that time, there has been so many things. Beam was and other things, and I doubt that it's gonna be available. Yeah, no, it's not gonna be. We're not gonna see that. Beam used to be a thing that was very much similar. The idea of Beam was you take your phone and you need to place it on your chest. Like basically the front camera needs to be covered in a way, and you don't know what you're recording. It's a first person recording system. And it was, if I remember correctly, 3 to 5 seconds recording that was unprompted raw video from real life type of situation, and you couldn't necessarily like define what you wanted to say. So Vine like because same amount of length, but not um yeah, unscripted, unprompted. And that was a thing that was kind of in the same realm ID of Vine, but not exactly good. And the the main thing with Vine, the main reason why it didn't work out and it's dead now is because the creators of Vine said, "You are making so much money out of our content. We want to be paid," which shit happens. And Vine said, "You know what? No." And then the creators said, "You know what? We're gonna go out." And then they went out to YouTube, and Vine died basically 6 months later. Like, yeah, the people that are on the platform that are making content and making sure that the platform is still alive, just left. So it happens, but the whole timeline of things is really interesting, at least from an app building perspective. From my point of view, I see things like this and I'm like, okay, cool. We see and we know based on the history what needs to happen in order for the app to succeed is like the payouts for the creators and the platforms needs to be as massive as they need to be to retain the creators, incentivize the new creators to get into the program, and then get paid by advertisers and other things to keep the app alive and then pay the staff and so on. But again, like my utopic version of a business model being as fair as possible is always going to succeed if the person that is at the head of the company doesn't care about money. If they do, then it's never going to be a successful story in the long term, just because as soon as you care about the money and not the product, your product is becoming shit. So Twitter is becoming shit, Facebook became shit, Instagram became shit, TikTok became shit for the same reason, based on that acquisition. It was very like Chinese oriented, and therefore the Chinese oriented thing was not necessarily capitalistic, but more like it made a lot of money for sure. It still does, but it's just sharing content, and then the profits is redistributed within, basically within the company, within the creators, and so on. But for the US, it needs to be like profitable and capitalistic, and that doesn't work. But apparently, people don't have not realized that just yet. So that's a thing. But yeah, the timeline is cool. There is like since the drop. So this was in 2023, end of the year. The TikTok version from the US was basically down. So if you were in the US, you would not have access to the TikTok version because it was banned from or by the government. And then it popped back up the next day, or not even like 12 hours later, um, which was the first things. Congrats on lending at 55, which means is it gonna be good? Is it gonna be good? Is it gonna be a proof of concept and not a concept anymore? Like just a proof of this thing is working. Nope. God damn it. Fuck. So the Americans basically disappeared from the app for 12 hours and then came back. And when they came back, the algorithm was much different and very like a lot of content that we didn't see before was pushed to the rest of the people. So that's one of the paths. Like that was the first path when they removed the Chinese algorithm and replaced it with the US algorithm, which is very much different. And then that happened again for I think this one was 3 hours. Like they got the servers in the US was down for replacements, and then now we are stuck with this shit, and it's bad. But most of the content that you have on TikTok is really good. And I know a lot of people are like against it and don't have an account. But there is a ton of things in there that is really useful and really beneficial for people. And because the algorithm itself is rewarding people from activities, you end up with things that are just good for you based on your interactions. And so for Denny's app, project things of reels for productive content, um, what you need is the recommendation system that basically will recommend you things based on what we call signals. So if there are some that already exist that are like very easy to implement type of algorithm. But let's say I'm going to go on the cats because the cats makes always makes a lot of sense. Let's say this is a video. If I'm staying on the video for more than 5 seconds, it means that my interest is peaked. If I watch the entirety of the video, it means that I either liked the video or I am taking a shit and I'm currently wiping my ass and therefore I can't really touch the screen. That's another option. But if I watch the video to the end and then when it cycles through, I like it, there is a signal that I really like this thing, meaning that in the content sorting algorithm that you have within the app, you know that this thing contains cats, contains rugs, contains pictures, contains photographs, contains whatever, and you bump these in my interest in the profile that you have on me. You bump that things to say, well, that person probably likes cat, that person probably likes photographs and photography and so on, and that's basically what happens. And then you will adapt the feed of the next post. So the next 10 posts are already preloaded, but the 10 after that are going to be with the new algorithm for that specific profile. And then based on the interactions within these next 20s, it will load the next and so on and so on. So that's the system. The thing is, and that's where it becomes really complicated and kind of harder to generate and make sure that it works. You need to have so many sliders, so many things that can be bumped progressively, positively or negatively in all directions, resetted with time, retested with time, retested with season, retested with events to make sure that the profile that you have on the user itself is as accurate as possible and also provide the user with the most true representation of themselves and the content that they are interested in. So the task for you is mostly algorithm and recommendation system, understanding how they work, what needs to be tweaked in what direction. The system that you have, and based on what you just said, if you want something that is productivity based and you want people to see people being you, you want to see things that are like mostly productive and mostly helping you go in the right direction or in the direction that you are interested to go towards, then it's easy because the sliders and the algorithm in questions is just gonna pre-filter the content to make sure that you have most of the things that are related to your interest, first of all, and then you're kind of done, and then it's good. You don't have to do a lot of things, but you can in the 8 to 12 ranges of things related to the self-improvement content that you want to showcase on the app. You just have like these 8 to 12 sliders to tweak here and there based on your behavior within that thing. So your fetch and your retrieval of existing reels is going to be like more catered to you based on your interactions. This is a lot of work, but not that much work based on what we already have. If I remember correctly, I know I didn't save this because at the time, 2.5 years ago, I was not interested in that as much as I am now. But there are open source versions of the TikTok algorithm that are pretty good. There have been a lot of docs, if I remember correctly, and journals, blogs, things that explain exactly how it works, which is one of the reasons why I know. But again, it's been a while since I've read them, so I don't remember exactly where they are. Um, but it's not impossible to create. All that to say this. It's not impossible to create. It's pretty simple. And if you remember, I don't think though, a long time ago on the internet, uh, because we didn't have such good algorithm that were like updating themselves as fast as the one that we currently have do. Um, when you opened an app for the first time, you had a thing that was saying, "What's your interest?" And then you picked from tags like I like rock, I like food, I like whiskey, I like music, I like cinema, whatever. And that was basically pre-filtering and pre-placing you in one of the cohorts that would see specific types of content. Nowadays, it's just scroll for like 5 minutes and we will have enough information. Like you will see a video and be like, okay, cool, that's good for me or that's not good for me. Um, and like that's the thing. Like right now, this video is K-drama. If I keep watching it and I interact with it, then it's going to be like added to my profile. If I move on and I'm not staying on the thing in question, then I'm like, I don't care about that. And then I see something and I'm like, okay, cool, this is pretty interesting. This is relaxing content. I don't know. I'm staying on it. Maybe I like the video. That goes um, into the algorithm on their ends and so on. It's just like it's basically that simple. Um, and there are some very specific type of content and very specific type of ass, which obviously you can't see, that are like that's a first that I'm seeing this thing in an horizontal version. Um, that basically are going to provide signals to the algorithm in a better way or you know whatever. Um, yeah, that's also a thing. it's kind of, I would say it's kind of rare that the the eye tracking uh, is put in place. So far, I haven't seen it on TikTok. Like that's not a thing. The reason for this is because on the iPhone, maybe on Android, I don't know, but on the iPhone, if the camera is on, you have the LED at the top that just tells you the camera is on. So that's a thing. I do remember that the what's the name? I think it's the Amazon Kindle or the Kindle app that has eye tracking to see if you're still reading the book. Uh, and then there was a thing with Samsung phone. I think it was like 6 years ago, 5 years ago, where they were saying we will be able to auto scroll web pages based on where you're looking on the phone. And they had this feature which basically if your eyes were in the center of the screen and then going past the center of the screen, it would just scroll the page. Um, but yeah, yeah, maybe that might be the case. That might be the case. And yes, I do like whiskey. I mean, it used to be everywhere. uh, I don't. I think you have it in some of the first pictures that we have around here. At least the one that I saved. Yeah, I do. I do. Specifically in Japan, I do. I do love the fucking Japanese whiskeys. And I think we have another one from before, which is somewhere around here. This one, this bar was really cool and really nice. We liked it a lot. We liked it a lot. Hydration with whiskey is not a great idea. This bar, not bar, place, this establishment, sorry, had something. I forgot exactly how it's called, but basically it's a tasting menu where you can go through the entirety of their their collection. You can select like a set of three, a set of five, a set of seven, and you just have tastings, taste test of these things, and they are pretty. Was a pretty nice thing. But yeah, even me going in Sweden, first thing I order when we landed in Stockholm, and the first thing that we took, everyone took like a regular beer or cocktail or something, and I was the only bitch with a fucking whiskey because it's just like, I like it better. So yes, I do. I do like whiskeys. I do like whiskeys. It makes sense to me. Nonetheless, um, so yeah, Denny, that's the overall thing. You can build an app that does re-aggregations, specific details to um, like learning, self improvement, and so on. Um, you have never seen beer or whiskey in real life? That's interesting. You're too young for that. What's the what's the alcohol of choice uh, where you are? Like, what's the thing that people are drinking? Because around here it's wine, and I don't like it either. A lot of people that are around there like just don't. They drink wine, but they don't know. They don't know. Um, yeah. One of the thing that just popped in my feed about an hour ago is was um did I save it? I don't think I did. I don't think I did. Someone was creating an app that they called Gotcha, and apparently you just need to take pictures of things and it goes into your library. So basically, Pokemon for real life things. And the reason why I'm talking about this is because it's just uh, if someone can create said thing, which is Pokemon for real life elements and animals and whatever, you can create something that already exists. Like that's gonna be the punchline on this one. It's just like, yeah, it makes sense if it works, it works. It's not gonna be there. Um, so yeah, highly highly recommend. Highly recommend. Um, you try to build the thing. That's yeah, that's it. You should build the thing if you want to build the thing. Makes sense. We've had this from yesterday, I think, where it brings my love for architecture and building, like architects in general, and then the details of Apple making details. These are the handrails at Apple Park, and the trash can are using the FF symbol, SF symbols, trash cans. The only thing that I don't like about it is the fact that this is weirdly enough somehow not laser etched, or at least it doesn't look like it is. And if it's not, then that's kind of sad because it could have been laser etched into the trash can, and it would have been a bit more um, interesting. But small things, small things. Um, and again, going back to the Gotcha app that I was talking about a second ago, the reason why it's probably gonna work, maybe, um, is just the design is a bit more interesting. The design might be a bit different than the current state of Pokemon in general. And it is a concept that people already know and understand, so that you don't have to do a lot more marketing and or presentation for that thing to potentially work. It's just like, yeah, I get it. From the name, I get it. From the description, I get it. I know exactly what I need to do in there. And if it's not paid, if it doesn't have like a subscription or something, and you can just use it, then it's probably gonna work, and it's gonna be interesting. Give me a second. I need to turn that on. It's too hot for some reason. It's too hot. Anyways, there has been like a lot of other things that are popping off. These things are coming in. So the stuff that I've been building right here for myself, a lot of people are doing the exact same thing with different UIs, different system, different stuff. Some are really interesting. This one doesn't. I mean, this person doesn't want to share way, so that's kind of bad. But then in the comments and the replies of this thing, there has been a ton of other options that are coming out or showcased as very similar. Core X is one of them that I mentioned that I showcased last month, 2 months ago. And this one is similar but Chinese, which is fine. But yeah, this is something that a lot of people are doing. So again, to tie it back to the it already exists discussion, the fact that it already exists doesn't mean that it can't exist again. And then I don't know if I'm gonna be logged in the right account on this one. Cool. Um, the Apple developer thing, to me, it says 10. That's that's yeah. There is the beginner groups, which is not exactly what we want. But to me, the WWDC 26 is 8 out of 10. Not not at 6, which is interesting because maybe this is not where I need to be. Maybe I need to be on the Apple account. Um, and that seems to be the case. This one is at 7, but still, same thing. I probably would not watch this today. I would probably watch that tomorrow or else. Because 7, goddamn 7. Last year it was kind of late as well. I mean, kind of late, roughly. Um, and it was fun. We watched it on stream because my schedule was different. I didn't start the stream in the middle of the day. I started it at night, so it was like right on time, which is good and much better. I do think that I'm gonna be extremely disappointed again by the event. Um, I I have a feeling that they will brand things out as if it was like revolutionary again, because that's what they do. But it's not gonna be as interesting. iOS 27, why not? As we mentioned, as we have, this is basically today, or technically Friday. Because yeah, they launched the dev preview either on the same day or on the Fridays. What is there? Goddamn, I am dying. Okay, that's me in about 6 hours, probably. As always, for the people that are watching and using the beta software, which I am right now, I always recommend, if your phone is your work phone, don't do it. If it's your personal phone and so on, don't do it. If it's like a test phone, do it. If you rely on your phone, don't do it. And if you just want to do it, wait for the beta 2. Like, beta 1 is going to be the most glitchy when that happens, and then beta 2 is going to be much better, and so on. So just wait. Just wait a bit. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. We had things. I think we stopped somewhere around here. In the very good news, just before the Apple event, the liquid glass is now 100% ported to the web. So that's a very, very cool thing. This is using SVG displacements, meaning that it's, or SVG filter, which means that it's going to be working and usable on all platforms. No specific caveats. Like, it's gonna work. So this is really cool. This is really useful. We have a ton of things in there for like explaining how it works, why it works, and so on. The whole article was pretty good. The reason why I like it, Apple is somehow a trendsetter, and until this, you would not have the ability to get something on the web that looked like the native implementation of Apple. So if you wanted to have some interactive elements, some more fun things, you would need to rely on either 3JS to have like real 3D elements on top, or you would need to have like some OpenGL in there, and having the ability to be consistent and coherent and homogeneous in between your app, your website, your things, it's going to be really useful. In terms of liquid glass, yes, I do like it, but I hate the implementation. So let me let me explain. Let me explain for a little bit. Liquid glass on its own, as a material, as a presentation, is really good. It has a well well done implementation in 75% of the cases, but the issue has been the edge cases of the regular person using liquid glass, which means that technically it's really bad. But if you don't go into the edge cases, you are going to be good. And if you don't, um, if you have common sense, if you are a dev and you are building an app, then your app is going to be okay because the liquid glass in question that you are putting in place is going to just have the proper aspect ratio, the proper contrast with the background, and the proper output so that you can just play with it. And so the example that we have is Can, for example, has the liquid glass navigation system, but not the native one. So these are officially liquid glass content. All of that is like glassy and so on. You can kind of see that a bit better when we are here. The That is very much the glass, but it's not too much, too transparent, too whatever, that it is distracting, that it is bad for the UI. It just creates that very interesting transparency um, and refractive elements. And that's what I'm saying by talking about like the common sense. So, for example, here, that element is liquid glass, that element is liquid glass, that is as well, kind of not really. And anything else, like the characters are not. I could, but that would have made way too much elements, way too complex, way too much processing happening at the same time. So I would rather use something different. And all of that makes sense and works for the use case. On Perfume, which is different, also that was Gang, and that's Perfume. I don't know if that works. Apparently, that's only works on one side. That's crazy. On here, I'm using it mostly for the navigation because that's just what we expect, roughly, from the liquid glass thing, nothing else. And it's fine. And I'm not necessarily using it for anything else. Like, we have some buttons that have some liquid glass based on them so that they look default and integrated. But other than that, the app is mostly like not glass related because common sense again, very important. And then my home screen is using the glass icon, the tinted glass icon in black and white, and it's good because I don't have a background. Like if I had a wallpaper with details, then it would make absolutely no sense. And the thing that I'm showcasing every single time that we talk about this is this. If if that's my if that's my wallpaper, yeah, this is shit. This is this should not exist. I mean, this is just the worst implementation. It's like it just makes no fucking sense. Specifically for the folders, like you can see that the apps have a bit of a black background because we are currently in dark mode. If I just um, do that right here, and I give you the light mode version, this is even worse. Um, like it just it just makes absolutely no fucking sense that this exists. So the implementation from Apple is the worst thing that they could have done, specifically for the home screen. But in terms of usability, if you're not doing this and you do the like common sense uh, system of, I'm having a very simple black and white theme because I'm using the tinted version of the interface, and I have. It's kind of sad that I can't change the theme from here. Something is broken again. Mm-hmm. It just doesn't want to show you. It just doesn't want to show you. Apparently, the connection is not connecting properly. And that makes sense. That's fine. This is good. This is not bothering me. And the control center is fine. The notification center is fine as well. And the thing that I have showcased in the past in terms of presenting exactly what's happening and how it works or how it doesn't work, a lot of people have been doing this and then not release their fingers. And obviously, this is absolutely impossible to read. Like, this is the most transparent thing, which, you know, like, obviously you can't read, but if you just release your finger, oh, damn, I can read. So, there's been like a ton of things happening where people have been misimplementing things like that. Immediate transparency and blur is basically what we would expect from the notification tray, but that's not what's happening, which is fine. And if it was like better handling the background colors and the transparency things and so on, then I would trust it a lot more. But since that's not the case, I think, yeah, I don't think it's gonna work. I don't, I, I don't, yeah. I know that the latest drop of iOS 27 is supposed to be, I don't know, with a gradient base in the liquid glass. And we'll see if that's the case. But yeah. God damn, that's a first. 2000, what on it? How are you? How's the day going? So yeah, so to me, liquid glass on the web is a good thing. I think it's probably gonna be somehow uh, a good thing, but since the latest version of liquid glass is gonna happen, and then things are gonna be better, not better, whatever. Um, a lot of this is going to be outdated almost instantly. I doubt that there are some options in there to get like the progressive glass that we are expecting to see. But yeah. Um Again, I have I don't even know if I have the whole. You know what? I know. I didn't do it. I have a post on uh, on LinkedIn that is dunking on liquid glass, and I have a post that is not praising Figma for implementing liquid glass very fast. But the main thing that I have is WWDC 25 from last year had the worst presentation of liquid glass that they could have done. And like, we probably are in there. Um, like they did, like that's the whole liquid glass thing. On the phone, every single presentation is fine-ish, but when you go into the Mac, which I think is somewhere around here, no, that's the watch, that's tvOS, yeah, this thing. So when we go there and they start presenting how it looks, they have done this. And specifically, they have done this. And this is not how it looked when it came out. What we currently have is tinted, less transparent. We like it's fine. And they did the worst presentation possible, which is in the customization system. Let's hope I can find this thing. That's the gaming section. It's gonna be like right in the fucking center of whatever. um, yeah, this thing. That's the thing in question that we saw during the event as a good presentation. Like who thought of that? Who said this is gonna be the best presentation for people to say, oh yes, I won this on my fucking uh, computer. No one, no one wants this. This looks like shit. And so, because of that, because of the presentation, like the WWDC presentation of liquid glass didn't present liquid glass as a good thing. And on top of that, the implementation that they had here on the presentation isn't what we had, like what we received on beta 1. We had something that was like way more usable than this. And then again, for the same single reason that I said earlier, if you have a brain and common sense for accessibility is your thing, you will not do that. You will just have the thing in a way that just like match with you. And for me specifically, what matched with me is like a pure black background with tinted white icons, and then we good with it. But you can also see that what they are using on the rest of the presentation is the regular icons, the regular environments, not a lot of transparency and so on. So that's a thing. The other things, going back to your point of in the first release there were a ton of bugs and therefore you never updated. I get that. I didn't have a single of the bugs that that people were talking about. I had some bugs that I had to mention to Apple, and I flagged them and saying, well, this thing is design wise is probably supposed to be a bit different, or this thing is not working, or the animation transition is not good. But I had zero breaking change. My phone didn't crash. My computer didn't like restart out of nowhere because something needed to happen. And it's just like it's a weird system. Um, Yeah, I mean, going back to the thing in question, uh, the the iMac is basically the target audience for liquid glass customization. Um, the people that buy this machine will already buy it with the color scheme that they want to have, and therefore, when they receive it, the probability of them going into glass and then changing the UI to match the color of the Mac itself because they love this yellow, they love this blue, they love this whatever, is uh, has a higher probability, I would say. Um, and because this basically came out at the same time or roughly at the same time, it is like the relationship and the target audience for this. But that's about it. They do it by default, by the way, on the Neo. I don't know if you have seen that fly through, but if you buy the Neo in yellow green, your Mac accent color in the settings is by default the yellow green. So your folders are going to be yellow green and so on. If you buy the pink one, it's going to be pink and so on. So this is a an interesting system that they have in place to customize or pre-customize the content for the users without the user having to do anything about it. Um, and therefore these are the target audience. So the Neo is mostly for students. Um, the iMac is mostly becoming the family computer, so something that is not like that powerful, but like you have a computer in the house that is good enough to do whatever you need it to do. That's basically the idea. So obviously not me, not you, but the main thing for me is Apple used to be seen as the design company. To me, it used to be the reference for any new UI design, the reference for any physical product design IDs. Like, if we wanted something that was refined, we were going to check if Apple didn't do something about it in the first place. And then if they didn't, we looked somewhere else. But if they did, we would inspired by Apple system a lot more heavily than if they didn't. Which means that when they released this, so let me just go back. When they released this, uh, they are just shitting on the designers. Like there is no question. It's just it is what it is. Um, it's just Lone Traveler. Hi, we're calling. And like that's not good. That is not good. Um, but yeah, but this was like 25. I'm hoping and I'm hopeful that right now, um, what is going to happen is the same thing that happened in iOS 6 to iOS 7 switch. The Like you probably have seen plenty of these where people complained about the fact that we went from something that was skeuomorphic-ish, very glossy and so on, to kind of flat but not really. This one looks already kind of not uh, iOS 7 first of its name because I remember this mostly, but nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. The fact being, iOS 7 was criticized a lot for being too different, changing too many things, and then iOS 8 came in and it changed a ton of things as well. And iOS 9 came in and it changed a ton of things as well. So I'm hopeful in a way that they took some like feedback and criticism from the community, from the reviews, from everything in iOS 26 and implemented some changes and better implementations for iOS 27. Um, but I don't know. Right now, we don't know. We're waiting for tonight, the event tonight to see if that's if that's new. Like, I think the 27 from what we have seen in the that's not the image that I clicked on. Um, yeah, from what we have seen in potential renders, this is the progressive translucence thing that might be the base of the newest iOS liquid glass system. So they would have some half transparency, half things. And in that, I know that we have I know I didn't like this thing, but in the WWDC 26, the probability in the media section to see the thing in question, that thing in question, like not that, I don't care about that, that seems to be um, current is 26, 27 is what we are looking at, but it's WWDC 26 for the announcement of 27. I know they made a change for the number to match the year in which the device is going to be used most, but it's still released on the previous year. So iOS 26 was released in 2025. iOS 27 is going to be released in 2026, and it's just a mess. I feel like if they said something like iOS 2026 is the name, and then next year on the like 27 they announce iOS 27, then that would make more sense because like it's the year of announcement. But no, because the phones are gonna be revealed and launched in September, if I'm not mistaken. As always, it's supposed to be um, like used in 2027. Like most people are not buying the phone right away, so it's just like it's it's weird. But yeah, that's the rumors right now of these things being um like the potential target of iOS 27. I don't know how, why, and so on. I'm hopeful again that this is going to be more interesting. Um, but that's it. I don't have a lot more things that I'm hopeful for when it comes to this. Is probably going to be very simple. The main point from the animations from the other thing that we have is Finn, or the little finder guy, which they have been promoting on their TikTok account for a month or two or three, I forgot. And a lot of people are using it or loving it per se. Is probably going to be the face of the new Siri. And if that's the case, if Siri is dead and it's replaced by Finn, and you now needs to say a Finn, it would be an interesting thing. I think it would be pretty good for the mindset of people. Also, initiate work on it. I was like, okay, so it's a new thing. It's something that is absolutely different than Siri. Siri can still be on the phone, but Finn is AI assistant things for Apple Intelligence and so on, it could be good, but I don't think it will happen anyways. I have a lot of doubts. And then a lot of people are saying that today is supposed to be the release or the unveiling of new devices, including the iPhone Fold, in which case I am praying to all the gods that I don't care about. That's not the case. I would love for Apple to not release a folding phone and focus on something that is a lot more impressive. I know there has been like mock-ups and physical mock-ups of the phones and people have been talking about it, but I just wish that wasn't the case. That because again, for the same reason as usual, if Apple is doing something, even if it's 7 years later after the first one, the rest of the creations are following through. So liquid glass came in 2025. Oppo created some sort of a liquid glass things. Huawei did the same thing. Xiaomi did the same thing. Samsung did the same thing. Like very much everyone is copying Apple when things are popping off. The latest Huawei, I think it's Huawei. Um, I think it's the latest books folding things, which obviously we're not going to see here because the usual. um, they have it's one of you know what they have released this one, and this is rumored to be modeled after the mockups slash physical model that we have on of the iPhone Fold, so that we can say that this came first. Like that's basically their goal. And if that is the form factor that the iPhone Fold is going for, this is shit. This is not this is not good whatsoever. So I hope they don't release anything that looks like this. If the iPhone needed to fold in any way, shape, or form, I would love for it to fold this way. The flip is so much more interesting as a form factor than the fold passport version. But again, I don't really, I don't have high hopes on them not releasing something like this. Um, but yeah, that's I don't like folding phones. I think they are very interesting as a concept. Some companies, Huawei specifically, has a very good track record of creating some good devices that look good, work good, create some very creative devices. But like this is almost the only form factor that I'm like, okay, cool. For desktop, I kind of understand that this is interesting because you can fold it flat and then use it as a bigger display. But if you don't need that, then you have the keyboard as a tactile thing, touch screen. At the bottom, you basically have also a tablet. You have anything that you want. This is really good. But then again, this is the most fragile screen that you will have, and it's never gonna be good. It's never gonna sustain life. That's the main issue that I have with folding phones. It's just like if for some reason you fold it weirdly, then it's basically dead. I think the latest from um, either it was the Oppo or it was the latest from Samsung. I forgot which one it was. That Zach from Jerry Everything couldn't fold the other way around. That was impressive, but same thing. The fucking phone is massive for no fucking reason. And you know, I'm not the biggest fan of these things. Nonetheless, I wish still that Apple doesn't release any of the folding things. If they do, I understand. And then when they do, because they will probably do at some point, the rest of the tech industry is going to follow through, and all of the other manufacturers are going to be uh, building more folds instead of regular slabs. And I don't think this is the direction in which we need to go. Again, this is like personal preference and convictions. I think we should probably go toward glasses rather than phones. And folding phones are not the future that I want to see. Uh, Continuing towards the iPhone Air, for example, is a better option because they've done a very good job in the first place. But to me, the iPhone Air is the miniaturization. That's a weird word of the internals so that they can put them somewhere else. When you look at the if I can type, when you look at the PCB from the iPhone Air, which is basically just that, this is this is tiny. And knowing that in there is still the speakers, there is still the vibration motor, there is still like a lot of other things. The only thing that is like linked at the bottom is the charging ports and the microphones, but anything else is going to be on the head or the plateau as they call it. And this is very, very tiny. If you split it in half, which is already what they've done, um, you end up with something that is just so tiny that it can fit on glasses on the side, and then you have the entirety of the computing of Apple in front of you, which I think is really good. So my goal is mostly glasses, not folding, and and that implies bigger battery sizes, better better options, and so on. So, but then again, I like this. I do hate some of the things that they have done. Um, like the fact that this fucking port is not centered pissed me off. Like this is again going back to what I was saying about the downfall of Apple as a design company. This is not something that should have been going through. Like Apple as a design company building some of the best hardware, physically speaking, should not have had their charging port not be centered in the middle of the slab itself. And it's not like by a smidge, it's by a lot. That makes no sense to me. And I know some people are going to say, well, this is not the truth. It is. This is the exact thing. Um, yeah, it's probably because of the thickness of the USB-C port, and the PCB that is going behind it probably has like a transistor or something that is just protruding a teeny tiny amount, and that had to be up by that amount. But goddamn, um, I forgot if it's Vivo or if it's Oppo that did that. Um, but somewhere along the line of the same dates, one of these companies have created one of the thinnest phones, and they couldn't um, put the charging port in the center, And therefore they put an expanding charging port, the same way that you have an Ethernet cable expansion. You know, like these things that just like they are flat, but then you can open the mouse, and then you have the cable that goes in. They had done the exact same thing. I just don't. Yeah, that's never gonna. That is never gonna be something that I can um, search like this. This is never. I forgot exactly. Uh, I forgot who. That's the sad part. Um, but yeah, there is this one where they had to do a bit of an indentation, and yeah, there was the teardrop. Again, I think it was Vivo as well, from 2018, 17, 18, I forgot, where they did a phone with no ports, no charging ports, no volume buttons, no power buttons, nothing. Just a pin in the background, like in the back of the phone with charging by induction, and then the side buttons were capacitive buttons, and that was pretty cool. The thing that I mentioned every time is the Sony Ericsson um, 2S. um, I think Bluetooth. I'm gonna say dongle because that's gonna work. This thing specifically, that band is something that I used to have. That band is a capacitive sensory thing that had the ability to, if you swipe down or up, like put the volume up or down, and if you held in one side, it would move to the next song or the previous song. You also had buttons on the other side, but these were the type of thing that we used to have, and I used to love this thing because goddamn, that was neat at the time, and it was capacitive volume rockers. So you could reuse the exact same tech and put that tech within one of the no ports phone. Nonetheless, doesn't change anything. I still think that folding phone is not a good idea, and that we should go toward glasses instead. But because of the non response from the public for the Apple Vision Pro, mainly because it was like 3K, I doubt that Apple is still like all in on this thing. I wish they were, because they have the best potential tech so far. And it might be really interesting. Anyways, I need to pee. 1 second. I don't know. I don't know if that's like I don't think that's an issue for me. And again, I've mentioned that in the past. I would love for Apple to ditch the charging ports in favor of a magnetic MagSafe uh, port at the back. The thing that I have mentioned and showcased in the past is the iPhone 8 in midnight blue when it came out as a leak. And if I remember correctly, it was Unbox Therapy that was showcasing it. They had the exact same puck on the back as the iPads right now. The iPad right now are making connection with the accessories, but if it had been the true pucks for charging only, it would have been an amazing thing. But it's been like it's been a while. I know I shared like one image at one point one day, um, but yeah, you want a fillet, a fillet, a fillet? No. Oh my god, it's not loading. It's not loading. Oh my god. Did I pass it? I don't think so. I could just go on YouTube and search for it, like that's that would be the easiest thing to do because I kind of know that it's the fucking iPhone 8. Um, and you know what? I'm gonna do that. um, Unbox Therapy iPhone 8 is the I forgot if it's the Mark or if it's the other one. Don't tell me it's gonna be the fucking 7. God damn it. Dang. That thing. Was it the 7? It was the 7. God damn it. These were present on the leaked phone that these YouTubers got access to. And these pucks are the exact same thing at the back as the iPads. And that, if you remove that port and you replace it with a magnetic thing that just charge, that would be an amazing thing from my point of view. And going back to the EU being a bitch and being like, you know, um, the thing needs to charge with a USB-C. The cable itself can be USB-C on the other end, and therefore, like if one end is USB-C, then it's still compliant. That's the thing that is good. The word for chamfer. Chamfer is a bit of a different thing than filet. I guess that's how you want to see it. And in French, chamfer is chanfrein. chanfrein, which is also the same thing as a bevel in a way, but chamfer and bevel is a bit of a different thing. For some people, a bevel is always rounded and a chamfer is always sharp, but that's not true. As someone that's been in mechanic and made some pieces in metal, it's the same shit. You can have a bevel with one side, which is basically a chamfer. And it's flat. Nonetheless, that would be great. Um, and not in videos. This one was an amazing phone from a look perspective. I love this thing. I would love, again, I've mentioned that so many times. I think nowadays phone are not good. And I think if we went back to the design that we used to have in 2015, 2020-ish, I mean, not even 2020, but 2015, but upgraded the specs of everything to match, we would have something so amazing. Like that phone, that design, rounded like this, with the tech that we have right now for the front screen, so that we don't have the chin, the better cameras at the back without having them protrude more, like just having the lens being like a teeny tiny bit like wider on their own, and the under display front facing camera. These things could be amazing, but people are just bitches and they don't want to do it, but it's so good. Like, one of the reasons why I keep um my Mix 2 is because the design of this bitch is amazing. it's it's one of the best looking smartphone that we have, and if we just rebuild this without the fucking chin, I would buy that in an instant, because it looks that good. Mine is still looking that good after almost 10 years now, which is crazy. Kane, what on in? That's a very French. That that is a very French accent right there. That's holy fuck. Ah, yes. Ugh. I'm happy I don't speak like this, but goddamn, I realized last time we were looking at um an old clip from the channel, and I'm like, my accent is better now, but goddamn, it's probably. I mean, we still have the accent in the background. I can still hear it, but it's just like it is not like this. Guess Facebook, come on in. So fillet is the tool that you are using within this thing, FreeCAD, and chamfer is the chamfer is the fact that the corners of the piece, the edges of the piece are not sharp at a specific angle. They have this kind of thing. That's a chamfer. Um, it's basically breaking the edges, and it is what we called, when I was in CNC and in machining, it is deburring, and you have these things. You take the bird. So you have your piece that comes out of the machine and it looks like this, and then you use one of these tools and it magnificently look like this right after, so that you don't have the sharp edges and so on. And so by adding with the fillet tool, by adding a chamfer of 0.2, which is what you have in that specific thing, it creates that effect automatically so that you don't have to deburr after. The reason why we sometimes do it in machine and sometimes do it after is cost and efficiency, because the deburring station is sometimes more expensive to have than the time lost on the machine. And I know it sounds kind of weird, but for some specific pieces, it is better to do it by hand than do it by the machine, because it can be somehow, not anymore, but like at the time, it could be somehow like finer to do it by hand. Then the machine would have to be like very calibrated properly, and the vibration alone would inevitably change the outputs. So yeah, debird is a thing that is pretty neat. This one is machined. This one is not machined based on that. Mistake right there. Oh my god. That's bad. That's a bad job right here. I don't want to go back there. I don't want to go back working there. That's a long time ago. Um, I I do have a bit of a French thing that is latent. It's not on most words. It's mostly on some of the words that I don't use on a daily basis. So when we are like the thing that I was trying to say a second ago, which I already forgot, that is using a word of the language, the English language, that I don't use on a daily basis. It is hard to pronounce because I don't have the habits. But if I speak English, it's fine. The thing that I have as well as a French, which is really sad, is we don't have H. Like a horse is not a thing that we have. Like the pronunciation of the H is complex for the French language and for the French speaking people in English. And therefore I am putting H's in a lot of other places. So the one from last week with Johnny Hive instead of Johnny Hive, I don't know why, but my brain is putting a fucking H on in front of the I, and this is a very French thing. It's weird. It shouldn't happen, but it still happens, and we deal with it. We deal with it. Yeah, Johnny Hive with the bees and so on. That's the plan. But yeah, other than that, that me wishing that Apple doesn't release that makes no sense. Doesn't release a folding phone and focus on the glasses that they are working on for sure that we haven't seen yet. Yeah, I don't know. Like again, based on other factors and other thing that I've known in terms of technology that is coming out and the quality of the Apple expectations, is something that I know is going to take a lot longer for Apple to create. But if we go back to my friends at Aura and their latest version of the Ring, which is such an impressive thing, like they had mentioned that it was like 40% smaller, and that's the ceramic version. That's the newest version, so you can see how smaller it is in that direction. I wish we had the other picture where we see the old one and the new one on fingers, because it is crazy to see that this and that, which right now you can't see because it's too tiny and so on, this is roughly half, a bit less, 40%, um, of the width. And I don't know if I trust them, but they're still claiming 6 to 9 days of battery. This one, which is the old one, they claim 7 days. They do 7 days on the first week or the first month, and then it starts to do 6 and then 5. And nowadays I charge it almost on a daily basis, but it's also like a routine. It's just like I take it off, I put it on the charger, I go take a shower, I come back, it's charged, we good. Like that's the thing. But nonetheless, with that type of tech, with the that's a word that I was trying to say earlier, miniaturization of the batteries, of the PCBs, of other things. I know that we can have things for glasses, for phones, for other devices that are going to be like so much more smaller than usual, to simply have like a phone that is slimmer, a phone that is like lasting longer, glasses that are good, and so on. But yeah, I probably need to upgrade. I would probably go black because it's the best option. Technically, the best option is the titanium version because it's the least scratch visible. Because if it's already kind of gray, so if you scratch it, you're good. The silver one is fine, but I don't wear that much silver, so going black is fine. Going gold would be an amazing thing if I wanted to look like I'm married and I'm shitting on my wife. Like that's the type of thing that I could do specifically because I wear it on the wedding band position. So that would be an interesting thing, an experiment. As we mentioned, you go in Latvia. I think it's in Latvia. If you get in and you're married, you came out still married, but things happen. I would love this one, but also, goddamn. Anyways, so yeah, I don't. I hope no folding phones. I doubt they will do it. I doubt they will do no folding phones. I think they have to, which is so sad. So sad. But goddamn, that looks amazing. Look, I mean, think about the Nexus 5. I think 5 or 6, 6. But still, the Nexus 5 and 5. It might have been the 5P, the 5S. Yeah, or just the 5. It doesn't really matter. Think about it. I don't know what's happening with my throat. This phone body, with the tech of today, with the screens of today, with the top section being a bit curved, the back section being sleek and so on. Same with this one. I love this one as well. I feel like this one is pretty good. Maybe it's the 6P. 6 and 6P, and might have been the one that I have in my head. Yeah. The 6P is a very much 2025, 2026 type of phone. And, like if the screen in the front was just like border to border instead of anything else, the back is amazing. The curve is amazing. The feel in the hand is amazing. The fingerprint sensor in the back was an amazing thing for positioning and so on. The camera bump is great. Like it doesn't really bother me because it doesn't rock the phone. And everything about this is so good. But no, they don't want to. But that's what we need. This body with 2026 um, specs would be amazing. Look at it. You have visors and shit, the same way that we have visors today. The curves are great. I don't know. I'm sure if I had money, which is not the case, I would. A lot of the old HTC, like, um, let's do 2016, maybe, could, could body-wise rival some of the latest phones. And the main difference that they have is that they had these forehead and chin that now we don't have and don't need either. But goddamn, it would be amazing. Anyways, um, other than that, all that came out from that first link that we needed to click on, which is impressive. Which is impressive. We have other things that are really impressive as well. Jason has been talking about the fact that he's been early on most of these things, and we talked about Dot in the past. Mercury is the same thing. It's been, I think, 3 years since I've seen that page transition, and I've used that page transition in the Dot app. I still do not understand page transition in SwiftUI and UIKit, and the smoothness that is in there. I would, if I had the money, again, I would pay Jason to just teach me shit because goddamn, this is great. This would, like, having the understanding, or at least the brain capacity to figure out how this is made, would change the apps that I'm building 100%. But I apparently can't, so that's really sad. That is really sad, but it's great. It is great. We've seen this as well. I don't know if we have the link to the thing right about here. That landing page has been pretty impressive. It has some basic shaders in the background for things as if it was water, so that's pretty cool. But then if you click and move around, you reveal something that is in the background of the website as if it was fog, and then you can see through the window. And this is a very interesting concept. It disappears very fast once you have fogged it up, but that's the only thing. So, the main point that I had on this one is sometimes you will build something that is so good that people are going to talk about it, but the rest of the website doesn't compete with the hero, and therefore you don't know what the app is doing because anything that you've seen while scrolling is just not as good as what you've seen at the top, and therefore you don't care because that's good. So, all that to say, if you're building a hero section that is really good and really impressive, that's good for you, but make sure that the rest of the page is also as good. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty bad. It's going to be pretty bad. We kind of, not really, but kind of need to talk about this thing for a split second. Um, this person, I don't know, has decided to write a fake hate piece on Japanese convenience stores. And don't read it. That makes no sense. But just to give you a bit of an idea, I'm guessing they are American for what I'm about to say. They have basically written this entire article because they tried to speak Japanese in a friendly manner, as in doing small talk with a Japanese person working at a convenience store and chatting up anyone in Japan, in the UK, in France sometimes, but it depends, is not something that happens. We don't do that. And they just said that there is a dark side to the Japanese konbini because they couldn't chat up one of the girls. Obviously, it was a girl that was stocking shelves in the konbini. That's basically what the article was about, and that comes in like 5 minutes in. The reason they complain about the fact that there is a lot of plastic and everything is wrapped in plastic, which makes sense. We agree with that. But it's not like a dark side of something. And the only gripes that they have with the convenies is the fact that they couldn't shut up the peoples. And it's like, it's so bad. Um, it is so bad. So that we just needed to mention that. And then going back to the discussion that we had um, last week, this is a Tokyo housing versus cost, and they also have like a bit of uh, a men versus woman type of thing, which is kind of sad, but it makes sense in Japan. Um, roughly, as I mentioned, like 8 million, 7 million ish yen is the rough estimate to get something like good enough in terms of living activities. 5 is fine. It's a bit strict in your diets and in your activities and so on, but 5 is fine. 6 is better. 8 is pretty nice. 10 is great. Anything above 10 is mostly comfortable for Tokyo. And then again, if you are just not in Tokyo, then 5 is absolutely fine. So small details about price and cost of living, which is useful. You know, it makes sense. I picked this for one reason. I don't know if I'm right. I somehow feel like this is AI generated, but I also am not sure. It's a feeling, and it looks like it, but not entirely, but kinda. I think it's the placement of things and the colors that have been selected. Um, and on top of that, some of the Reddit posts that I've seen in the past few days of people claiming that AI is really good for App Store screenshots, and then they show the most horrendous designs for App Store screenshots. So maybe I'm biased on this one. I don't know. There is a feeling about it that is just like that might be, but it also might not. And if it is AI generated, I don't know exactly how it generated the extraction cards, the outputs like for this thing flying out and so on. I don't know. But I don't know. Maybe it's just a feeling on my end that looks similar. Um, maybe not. Anyways, small details, small things, small questions. Not a lot. There is currently a hackathon situation in between Contra and Figma, with using Figma Make to create things that are pretty interesting. This one is one of the submission from Seb. The top price is 100K or 50K. I think the top price is 50K, and the second place is like 20K, which is not negligible. And I'm trying to get in, and the thing that I want to build, I can't, apparently. I've been trying to contact the people that are working at Figma and get some of their information, so that they can tell me if it's working or not, but apparently that's not going to be the case. The current thing that I have, if you've been here before, you remember that I have a big ass gripe with the library swap features that Figma currently has. And I just want this to have a drop down so that it can select the correct or another component instead. So Figma Make, using the free tokens that they are giving me, I built this, which is pretty bad UI wise, but you get the list of your shared libraries. You can click on the swipe library or swap libraries. From there, you can select which library you want to swap it with. And then it will auto match with the things, but you still have the ability to get into the drop down and say, okay, so this is going to be the drop down. The ghost is not going to be the ghost. We're going to use secondary instead of that. We have an icon that needs to be something else, and so on. This is how the swap library is supposed to be working, because, as I mentioned before, the reason why you are switching from one library to the other is mostly because one of them is up to date or has more content, and therefore you know that your currently existing mock data with a basic button needs to be replaced by this one, which is a bit better and it has a different name, or one library is using primary color instead of for the main color of the app, and the second one is using accent color. And with the current version of Figma Swap library, you don't have the ability to just select and say primary is now accent. It needs to be like the exact same name, so that's not a thing that I like. And I've been trying to do that. Every time that I'm having it in running inside of Figma, it's not an option because it's not getting the information that it needs to have. It's getting external libraries and not the name of the library in question. And then if I'm getting here and I say I want to switch that with the arrows, I can then select the things, but it's not going to work in terms of everything else, which is kind of bad. So this is just like a thing. Please, come on in. I have watched the video. I have watched the video you sent. I agree with the statement. How's the weekend going? I have watched both, yes. They are basically saying the same thing. I just not gonna go around the pot. The this one is longer, specifically all the section after the speech in question, like the second half, is a bit of rambling, and this one being shorter in a way is roughly saying the same thing of, specifically now, we kind of need to remember where we are coming from. And games used to run on whatever hardware we have, and now we have so much limitations because we are taking so much more space, but we can optimize, and the skills are going down from a dev point of view, and people are not optimizing anymore because we don't have the need for optimization. And I get that. This is something that I've been saying for a long time. I I forgot who said that. Um, but basically, the main sentence was along the line of, we should ban AI development for the next 2 years for security reasons, for environmental reasons, and also mainly to force programmers to just optimize for the current hardware instead of letting it spill out and be like, oh yeah, cool. We have 8 gigs of RAMs. Let's take 12. And if you don't have 8, you need to buy more RAM. So, yeah. Um, yeah, these two videos are pre AI things, but they kind of apply nonetheless. And me love it. Welcome on in. How are you? How was your weekend? Welcome back. How's the day going? If the day has started already. But yeah, no, overall, I do agree with the statement. I I have said that again, one of the main tests that programmers and some types of devs are always doing is trying to run Doom, first of its name, um, on anything. Because it can run on anything, because it was optimized the fuck out. And this is not something that we do anymore. And it's just like, it's it's kind of sad because we should. The fact that the latest the Call of Duty's games that are popping off are like 100 gigs for an update just because of textures and shaders and things, and that should have been optimized with rendering versions and shaders optimization and so on, rather than attempting to get the most realistic outputs. And yes, obviously it's going to be bigger than Doom because Doom was just sprites, roughly. But it can still be optimized the fuck out, and um that's not the case right there. So yeah. Um do I think that iOS 27 is going to be vibe coded? Yes. uh I think in industries there is, or industries that are touching devs right now, there is a little to no option to not have an AI assistant inside of your ID or something that you have done with an AI assistant. um, I am not aware of a company dev that isn't either curious about how it works or that isn't mandated to work with it inside of the company. So even if it's like, simplifying the way that it's implementing scaffolds for views and so on inside of iOS 27, I feel like it's probably gonna have happened. It's probably in there. There is also a ton of other things where Apple has somehow not unveil an LLM that is Apple based and trained on Apple content. And I'm not uncertain that Apple doesn't have an Apple based trained on Apple content model that is just internal, because they have the compute powers, they have the resources to train it on their own things, and they probably have the ability to create some models that are like very much Swift focus, UI kit focus, Objective C focused, that just outperform 90% of the rest of the existing models just because they are the creators, and therefore they have the entirety of the documentation, the entirety of the explanation, and it makes a lot of sense specifically for Swift UI. So I do feel like they probably have something. And then based on what I mentioned earlier, which right now I have disclosed, but the latest implementation of the AI panel within Xcode is incredibly well done for something that is still using Solid 4.5. So it's the older version. We are on 4.8 right now. I mean, we're on Solid 4.7, but like Opus 4.8. And the way that it's implemented to go and touch the files and edit the files and do the changes in line, the proper implementation of the thing, this is something that is, uh, again, not a lot of iOS devs are still using Xcode, even though Xcode for me is good. Designer, don't worry about it. But when you have the preview that is running, your basically any change in the code is going to refresh the preview. When I'm working in parallel with Xcode and Cursor, and working in Cursor with the AI assistant and so on, and then in Xcode directly to see the preview because I need this. Again, designer. Um, it basically is refreshing and refreshing and refreshing the preview every time Cursor is doing any single change. So if there is like one line that changed, the preview is updated. I know this is like a first world problem or whatever. In Xcode directly, when you are asking it to do a change, it recognizes the preview is currently running, pause the preview, does the changes, at the end of the thing, resume the preview with the changes. So it just, instead of having an endless loop of refreshes, it just waits for the work to be done and then update the preview or relaunch the preview automatically. That is, I know, first like quality of life improvement, whatever. But the fact that they have thought about doing this to improve the performance of the assistant and the agents is really good. The rendering of things within the code files that you have is also really good. The fact that it's navigating automatically from file to file, like Cursor is doing, is pretty good. The only thing that I don't like about it is that it is missing one of the feature of Cursor that is why I'm still on Cursor, to be honest, and that is the revert to the previous message. So if you have a chat and then the AI assistant is doing something that is really bad, if you want to revert, you kind of can't. Um, please share. And that's kind of sad. I wish it was easier to just revert, but right now the revert option is basically going through each of the single lines with the changes that has been done, which basically gives you a bit of a gradient rainbow effect on the side, like the Siri rainbow thing. And then you can click on that and then discard the changes. But on its own, the integration with Xcode is really impressive for what it is. And so, with that in mind, I do feel like, God damn it, I do feel like the probability of iOS 27 having been vibe coded within Xcode with a cursor subscription or a codex subscription or something that is internal is probably going to be a thing. I don't know. We might do it. I just don't like the fact that it's in like 3 hours because I'm going to be dead. I mean, I'm dead all the times, but I'm probably going to be more dead than now. That's not a good thing. Not a good thing. Um, mm, mm. That's interesting. I don't trust it, but it's interesting. Um, so a a domain name is a URL. It's pointing like it's basically an IP resolution that just says, well, that thing that is hosted on the server, that's the IP. That's the domain name. And so instead of typing 128.1.1.3, you type google.com. That's not the URL. That's not the IP. I don't care. I don't know them. It makes more sense. That's a domain name. If you have a platform like this that is somehow free domains, it means that it has hostings thing, kind of like you have a registry which contains the domains that are registered, and then you are providing and or serving the content through the hosting platform of the person paying. So I have to pay my hosting somewhere else, which makes sense. And it's pointing to these domains, means that these IPs that I'm registering through this thing are going to be stable. And I feel like um, this is not going to be good. I feel like this is not going to be good. It's to me, it's the same as the ENS. Um, if you remember this, if you are part of the crypto people, the Ethereum name service or Ethereum name something, I forgot what it is. But basically, if you have a domain, not a domain, but like an Ethereum wallet, your key or your wallet uh, number is a weird thing. It's a weird hash with like 0x whatever or something else in the beginning. And so their goal was to replace that with um, something that makes more sense, right? An address that just like makes more sense. So this thing is the ID, also probably what going in. And it's I don't know. I have a weird feeling about it, as if I don't trust them to keep the domain names, but I trust them more because it's blockchain based. So basically, the domain registration is going to be linked to a person in a way, and then because it's on the blockchain is fine. And this one, the one that you just shared, I don't know if I can trust it. Um, yeah, a lot of people have been doing the same thing, like domain abstraction and address abstraction is making sense for some things. It's just the like uh, foundation, for example, is a website that was hosting NFTs and crypto stuff and so on. Everything that I own, again, NFTs, that were minted and contracted through foundation contracts are on the blockchain. They are there. I own them. My wallet own them. I don't have the keys to my wallet anymore, so I don't have them. But I own them. But now I don't have access to them. Um, Like it's just lost. Um, it makes no sense. And this one is such a weird thing from my point of view, because it's like this was running as a, again, as a platform with transaction happening on a daily basis. And if you just bumped your fees up by like 1% or 2%, then you would have survived. And you knew that 2 years ago, and you could have done that 2 years ago and still be alive now. But also, it's supposed to be something that is blockchain based and therefore never dies. But still, the domain is kind of dying in a way. So it's a weird system. Nonetheless, all that to say, here I have the same feeling, and I don't know exactly if that makes sense. But if it works, and if it's like free domain names, public registration, as long as you are using these things for free, which apparently is the case, like right there, then why not? And to police to not answer your question, but like bounce back on what you just said, we do have it. We have this. We have the bingo card for today's event. It's right there. As I said last time, I don't think a lot of these ones aren't gonna happen. I do think that some of them are like free spots. The fact that John Turnus is appearing, yes, yes. The fact that Finn is coming in, yes, it's already appeared. So this one is 100% like in there. I mean, if you have yours, if you know exactly what you think is gonna happen, do one yourself. But also there is the link if you need to. I don't know if there will be bragging about the Neo sales, but then again, I understand it could happen. Keynote run times of around 100 minutes is something that is like, it is, yes. It's a link to the picture itself directly. It's not a live thing. I think someone said someone should create a website for it, and yeah, it's not there. No, it wouldn't be hard to make. It's just like, does it make sense? Does it make sense? That thing. That good morning. For sure. Good morning. I mean, to me, there is so many issues with like the icons themselves being too bright and not bright enough in some areas, but it makes sense. Like this one is way too bright, this one as well, but it's because the background is brighter. But then these ones are very dark, and it's just it feels wrong. I know it's just because the fucking icons are in plus slider instead of anything else, but you know, It's fine. Again, I do feel like this, if you wanted to create this as a service, as an option, you can send that to Claude and just say, we are creating a WWDC 26 bingo cards based on this, and it would do the thing, and you can click on whatever automatically and have it count. Um, but yeah, there is like probably a ton of them that already are in here. Exactly. uh, I mean, we can. Again, I don't know if we will be here when the event happens. That's the most important thing. Um, Also, this is like such a full things. Like the fact that they have keynote length. It's like it's already on YouTube. It's already uploaded. We already have the value. And then there is this thing. Some people are saying it's Tiburon or Tiburon. I don't know how to pronounce Tiburon. Some people are saying it's Big Bear. Some people are saying something else. Again, this is a very um, software-based thing. So we will have stuff with the newest CPU, GPUs that we have been put in place. The Pick Your AI provider is an interesting system. I don't think that there will be an AirPods app, but we never know. More emojis make sense. Finn coming in makes sense. Apple Health makes sense. Um, Tim saying one last good morning is making sense. Tim saying goodbyes makes sense. John Turner's probably at the end, as a either in the middle, or maybe they would just open the ceremony or something at the same time. I don't know. Um, all of these, I don't think so. Um, and also, I wanna bitch on that. uh, I I don't think Siri is gonna be Gemini powered Siri. I think if you look at the partnership that has been written down in between Apple and Google, Google will provide a model to Apple. Might not be Gemini, might not be Gemma, might not be anything else. They would provide a model to Apple so that they can use it. Are they going to use it internally? Are they going to use it on device? Are they going to do something else with it? I don't know. But my personal feeling is that it's not Gemini powered. It's basically the same way that we are using like an open source model and then using it. They would just have access to a Google model and use it for the actions that they want to take. And it's probably going to be something that is Gemini like, but not necessarily Gemini powered, nor would it be Gemini itself. So, yeah. Again, for the prediction, I don't know if I can make any real predictions uh, at that point, because the only prediction that I have is iOS 27 is going to be unveiled, showcased. Someone says good morning. and and new CPUs. I think that's the only thing. And the reason why I'm saying new CPUs is because of uh, this. Right now, if you go into buying a MacBook Pro, the CPUs are new, and the M5 Pro and the M5 Max were not out about a month ago. So these are new, but they are already there. So the only thing that could come up is the M5 Ultra, but I don't think that's going to be the case. But we never know. But that's the only thing. Like they didn't really announce the fact that we have new CPUs already, and I don't know. I don't know. And you think that Turnus is gonna be the live thing? I mean, right now he has been um God damn it. He's been seen. um he's been seen, he's been taking pictures right there on campus. Like Finder has been seen as well. They both are here. Like, yeah. Um, I th yeah, I don't know if Turnus wants to go back to the live performance. I don't think I don't think they will. I don't know why my brain is telling me this is not a thing. um, I guess from a production standpoint, um, right, it is expensive to run uh, a truly live performance. It is dangerous in terms of presentations to see how the products are broken, like the latest Meta glasses thingy that just absolutely fucked during the live performance. Every time that we have seen live performance for any type of events, there is usually an issue at some point. And Apple being Apple and wanting to remain with that image that we have of them, of almost impeccable presentations and so on, it feels like going back to a live performance would be um, kind of weird. I mm, I don't think that's true. I don't think Steve Charisma is missed. I th and that's maybe that's a me seeing it in a different light, which seems to be the case. Um, I feel like Steve was in an era of Apple where they were creating things. Um, like they had new products, new uh, things coming out that were kind of brand new. Like the MacBook Air was a brand new thing, the iPod was a brand new thing, the iPhone was a brand new thing. And now the only thing that we have had, that we've had, um, as a new thing is the Vision Pro, but everything else is an updated version of an existing product. So I feel like the fact that it's recorded or not recorded is probably irrelevant, at least from my point of view, and more like if we were to bring in glasses, as I mentioned earlier, if we were to bring in a car, if we were to bring in new type of devices that we haven't seen yet that are like innovative and useful and creative and so on, that is to me is more or less what is missed. Um, but no, I haven't heard people mock the cadence of the latest Apple presentation. Um, Mostly the scripted things, but I also, I mean, from a business standpoint, I do prefer uh, having all of the variables in my hands and being able to, ensure that everything is running through smoothly, no issues, and so on. The thing that we have, I don't know if we have the lives from the Apple devs. There were like these ones, for example, which are live events that are recorded. This one is a 3 hours live event of explaining how to design with Swift and understanding the foundation of Swift UI and so on, which is really interesting to me. It is too scripted, but in a way that is bad. Like, like really, really bad. This thing cannot hang up. God damn it. So what I mean by really bad, sorry for the call on the side. Um, the cadence here is showing the script, whereas the video, because it's edited, is there is still a script in there, but it's less scripted. It feels more natural. The cadence is faster and it is better. Um, but yeah, the thing that we the thing that we said though is that Tim Cook is a supply chain person, and Turnus is a product person, and that alone is a change that is making sense. The fact that Steve was a product person and Turnus is a product person as well, like the probability of having something that is similar is true. There's also like is that on MKBHD or is that on autofocus? Like there is an interview with the CEO of Rivian, and obviously it's not there. God damn it. Let me see. I doubt it's gonna be in there, but we never know. And if I can't see the inside either. I think we had uh, the chat with. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. The guy that is the head of Rivian as a company, the CEO, I think, is a friendly guy when you are seeing him on camera. He looks like someone that cares about the product and so on. And Turnus is the same thing for me. Like it feels like it's someone that is in the business of making sure that the thing is good as a product, and then you know everything is going to be fine, and that's going to be okay. um and it has like that same vibe to me, at least. So I get that, and I would bet on that. I don't know if he would go into live presentation again. That feels kind of impractical. I'm in my head, I'm weighing the pros and cons of going back into live events and live presentation, and I'm like, we can't, as a company, we can't control the event. If something happens that is bad, something happens that is bad, and that's bad press, kinda. If somehow the like there is something that happens at the event that is unrelated to the event itself, but like, the US, a bit of a live shooter is an active thing. It happens often. Like that would be live filmed and so on. And the pros, other than being more human and more um, potentially relatable, feels also kind of not pros enough in my head. But you know, I mean, both can work. Both can work. Uh, yeah, I know that Google does live events. I know that Xiaomi is doing live event ish. Samsung as well. But yeah, like that's the. I don't see the positive from going out of scripted recorded event other than production cost. But I see the cost of production for a live thing needs to be. I mean, it's probably more. Um, like the thing would be delayed by about 5 minutes, I guess. Or not even 2 minutes would be enough. But enough delay so that you have like a bit of a buffer if something happens, that you can cut, have the right transition between your cameras, and basically doing things that are similar to a basketball game recording system or like any live sports events, to broadcast the entire thing. But that costs a lot, and recording things, recording the lines and so on takes a lot of time. So that's I see both sides. I see both sides. I just don't see the benefits, personally speaking, from a spending perspective. It's more dangerous on a company image to do live events compared to pre-recorded things. But from a company perception, like image and perceived image from the public, having something that is live uh, is more trustworthy. Like you can ensure that if everything is going well, that means that the product is going well as well. God damn. Um, But yeah, that's the only thing. God damn. I don't. But maybe you're right. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see in September. I don't know if. By the way, going back there, I don't know if this is going to be Tim's last one. Like I'm unsure. Um, uh, why am I dying? Um, that was not the plan because it stopped late and it's probably gonna be an hour and a half ish. So that's gonna be a long time. Um, and we don't have the correct setup, as far as I know. We don't really have the correct setup for the Mac sound. Not anymore. Yeah, that's gonna be complicated. Yeah, probably not. Probably not. But it depends. If it starts and I'm still live, why miss it? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, no, I don't know. These bingo cards, I feel like meh. Some of them are very interesting. Oh, can I kill that French person? That would be amazing. That guy used this and said, "I made it." He made a live version. So if you want to have the live version, it's very French. That's so bad. Like, so this is reset. This is uh, checked boxes in French. Both of these are French. This is in English. Everything else is in English because he just cropped things. This makes no sense. Ah, my God. My God. But yeah, I don't believe a lot of these things are gonna be happening from this bingo. I do not. I do not. Um, Nonetheless, we'll see. We'll see this. I do think there is a lot of kind of not misinformation, but like lack of information when it comes to people understanding what is happening and how things are going or things are working. Like, I've seen a lot of people not complaining, but like saying, um, I would love to one day get the Apple World, the cubes. And I'm like, you can just apply. You know, like if your app is good enough, you can just apply. You like they're not picking up apps at random. It's the people that are like applying. You can apply to be app of the day, and that's like in the settings of your app. You can just say, well, this is going to be the app of the day. I'm just applying for that, and then maybe they just do it. So same thing here with the design award that just happened, and the finalists and the one that have won the awards. Um, they have applied. They have a good app, and it's also pretty interesting as well. So to see, um, yeah. I mean, have you seen? Have you seen that? That's the winner. The the delight and fun. That's the winner, and it's just cave like caveman speak, which is fun. You know, like it's a nice thing, but I feel like my door would have been interesting as well, more interesting in terms of delight and fun. Um, and nonetheless, what I wanted to say here, which is important, um, if you're someone that is building apps, if you're someone that is building like products in general, get to this page, watch the video, don't watch the video, I don't really give a shit. But at least get to read about the product and the reason why they have decided that this was uh, like good enough to win. Like, why is it good? What made that kind of stand out from the rest of the teams and so on? So potentially, as we mentioned, this is gonna now there will be probably 15 apps that looks exactly the same. There was already, but like a lot more. You know, like that's the type of thing that will happen. But going in and checking what's the reason? Why did they do that? Why is the what did they go through this system? What's the base for the win? That will help you understand things. But most importantly, if you have something in the non innovation interactions, for example, and you like Moonlit is really good, or Tide Guide is really good, or whatever, you can read the articles for the winners. And once you've read the article, just get it on your phone, use it for like a day, figure out what the transition, the interactions, the micro interactions are, and how you as a dev could create something similar. Like that's the to me that's the most important thing, not necessarily what the app looks like. And when I'm seeing things like this, I'm like, okay, the app itself is kind of boring. It's kind of bad. Design wise, we've seen that before. Like it's not that groundbreaking. The the map is basically just using the native map, and then it has an overlay of the moon. All right. That I mean, there's nothing in there that design wise in is groundbreaking. So let me go in, check what are the interactions, why are they good, why did the Committees say, oh yeah, this is good, this needs to win, and so on. So, you know, like doing all of that is pretty, it's pretty good for yourself and so on. Like visual and graphics, as always, really interesting. And then going back to last year, like Capword was the main winners. They were really good. We like them a lot, mainly on what they are bringing. We are taking something that is very similar in perfume. So, you know, all of that. But yeah. And also, Lone Traveler, you said wait. What do you mean? What do you mean wait? This is so sad though. Play is the winner, and now the company is dead. So sad. Um, yeah, like Taobao won. I'm really impressed by that. Grug. Here, have a look at it. Again, um, to me, my door is much more interesting visually speaking, and such a better, more delightful um, interface thing. But it's also like a one size fits all situation. Um, you know, like that. Again, like this to me should probably have won uh, a UI change, like a UI cube. Maybe not an interaction thing, but maybe something innovative or a bit different might be in there. But again, in order to do that, let me just check for 1 second. I wouldn't say that the competition is in a sad place. I would mostly say um, trying to compete to get one of the awards is a bad place from the get-go. But um, you know, I also think that a lot of people just don't know that it's right there. Like that's the button you want to click on. The nomination section is uh, if you want to get featured on the App Store, you can just nominate yourself. And if you don't, you will probably never get a review that is deep enough to be considered for the design awards of an app. So you need to go through this. And then once you are going through this, you probably need to do that multiple times because you're doing updates and changes and things. And that alone is putting you on their radar to potentially get like an award later. But to me, that's the thing. Grug is probably just two things happen. Twitter is one of them. The amount of downloads uh, is one of them as well that made them like look at it. But also having like some store promotions and so on helps. So yeah. Um yeah. That's uh that's the thing. I wish, again, safety first. I have a feeling that I'm gonna be, yeah. God damn. I logged in earlier today. That makes absolutely no sense. That they are always logging me the fuck out. Ah, god damn. I know that on the Xiaohongshu we have like a lot more um, apps that have interesting designs. And so in there might be things that just make sense. Did I save that? I probably didn't. I know myself well enough. But then again, like the thing is, most of the Chinese designers and Chinese app that I follow, they have amazing designs and no one knows about them. Like that's kind of sad. But they are also not necessarily like sharing, disclosing, marketing it. So it's a weird system. It's a weird system. Have a nice food time. Shit like this, you know. It's an interesting design. It stands out on its own as a unique interface. Um, and it's fun to see. It changes. It's different. But then no one would hear about it because it's a Chinese app. That's so sad. Like it is similar. Their mascot is the reason why I saved it in the first place. But that's about it. Like they have very interesting systems and layout stuff that we don't see. So like these little guys, look at these. Look at these. How cute are they? Oh, so nice. Anyways. So if you are building an app or building a project, a product, something, make sure to check the design awards and not review, but take a look at what happens, what was the difference in between 2024 compared to 2025, compared to 2026, compared to 2027, then all of that is the type of thing that will help you understand what needs to change in the thing that you currently have, and you know, and the rest. Sunlit looks like, yeah, I was about to say this looks like very similarly to Moonlit, which is the other one for the moon, and this one is just for the sun. Oh my god, they did the exact same app. That's why they won a fucking awards again. Jonathan, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How was the weekend? And all that. Oh my god. They created Sunlit. They won in 2023. And then they created Moonlit. And they won in 2026. And it's the exact same app. When you look at them side by side, it's crazy. Like the video is the same thing. The video is the same thing. We have the same features on both sides. Oh my god. Look at it. Same thing. Same start. Same preview. Same calendar shit. Anyways, I'm not crashing out. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Look at it. It's the same view. They just changed the map from dark mode to light mode. Oh my god. Same user ratings, yes. 669, 643. 4.7 on both of them, which is pretty accurate. Um, I not that I care, but goddamn, it's the same mockup. It's the same mockup. Sorry, it is the same mockup. Yeah, I mean, if you find the if you find the winning formula, you have you have a winning formula. You know, I can't complain about that. If I had that many downloads, users, whatever, and you know, and it made sense. Congrats on lending. Um, I would do the same thing. I would absolutely do the same thing. Um, like I if perfume is good, like if this has also one review is not true, but if this has like a lot more usage and so on, this is a collection app. So if the design resonate with the users, I could create something that says, "Oh, you like sneakers? Let me just switch things, and instead of perfumes, you have sneakers." And you can just see the sneakers pictures, and they are stickers, and you can journal them if you have like information about the sneakers that you like. Whatever you like stamps, or I can do the same thing, and you know, like you can journal and have um other options. But it feels so bad. It feels like a lazy build. To me, it feels really bad. Same with can. Like if Chinese is the same language structure and I can reuse like 90% of the app and you can learn Chinese through the same system, then I can do that. I absolutely need to redo my App Store screenshots because goddamn, this is bad. This is so bad. Also, there is 3 ratings, but only 1 rating here. And in reality, my ratings are not 5 out of 5. I'm lying. This is lying. Let me lie. Lie not. Or lie maybe, I don't know. Can you log in? Can you do the things? The phone is so slow. Like, can in reviews and ratings, we are currently sitting at 4.3, I think. 4.1, goddamn. Um, and we've had 23 ratings in total. Some of them are dumbasses, like this one. Um, and the others are pretty good. This one is just annoying. I wish I could just remove it. Um, Basically, they are saying we need Chinese. That's it. Like they say 2 stars because there is their language is not in there, and I'm like, I don't speak Chinese. I can't do that. And then this one is saying the thing that is paid in the app is paid in the app. That that's what they're saying. Like beautiful design, but extremely aggressive monetization. Not true. They say almost on every screen and in every block there are undisguised upgrades, reward purchases, coins, and so on. And they say that it's easier to delete the app immediately. And I'm like, where? Like on every screen? Every screen. Do you have something that tells you to upgrade? No. Go in. Do you have something that tells you to upgrade? No. Do you make the things properly and, know your content? Yeah. You want a coin. That's not asking you to buy coins. Are you making too many mistakes and therefore you end up with, oh, you run out of lives? So would you like to buy new lives to keep practicing, or just buy the subscription so that you don't have to buy lives and care about it? That's the aggressive. All right, cool. That's one. So we've seen one thing. You want a coin, and then we ask you to buy something. Screen number 2, still nothing. Screen number 3, still nothing. Screen number 4, technically, I'm telling you that these are paid. These are paid content, and therefore, if you want to access them, you need to buy them. So far, that makes sense. And then lastly, here you have the upgrade button. And this thing that is shiny that requires you to have a subscription. But that's it. And if you are deep in the analytics, then you have some premium features that are in there. But that's about it. So everything that is like very aggressive is around the profile. But anything else is just like not that aggressive. Like it's just the thing that are paid are paid. Yep, that's about right. And then on Perfume we have I think Perfume is 4.3 in total, and then 3.7 on this one because one person said something like they didn't leave a review, but they have left a 1 star for some reason, and I'm trying to figure out why that's the case. And these 6 reviews or 6 ratings, I don't see 6, I only see 3. So I don't really know what the people that are rating it at 1 star are rating it for. So I'm like, hmm, that makes no sense. So maybe in the next version, next release, I'm gonna remove the reviews. That might be a thing. If I do enough changes in there to say, well, that would benefit from a clean slate. So maybe it would work. Maybe it would work. But yeah, no, I'm not threatening everyone. Same thing here. This one has a more a heavier monetization system, to be honest. Because for example, here, if I'm adding a perfume to my collection and I'm like, yeah, that's what I wanted. Let me just save this to my collection. It's gonna tell me, oh, you've reached your free tier, so you can't do shit. And then you can upgrade if you want to, but if you don't, well, you don't. So that just you kind of done. And then if you go in your collection and you do the same thing, it's going to be the same issue. If you go in the discovery section, you have that big ass thing that tells you that you need to pay if you want more recommendations. Wish list, same thing. and then profile, same thing at the top. So there is like a lot more aggressive monetization system. But then again, this is like a one-time payment. So you pay once and then you're done. So I don't know. I don't know what these people want. Or you're like me and you're the dev and you can just enable the paid tier. That's the easiest way to get it. It works. I do that from time to time just to be able to just, have something, do an action. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It feels weird. These reviews feels kind of weird. But then again, I'm currently looking at Can. It's currently set at 5 out of 5, which is pretty impressive. If I look at Perfume where we were a second ago, same thing. I have 5 out of 5 for one review, even though it's written as 3.7 on my end. So I don't know. I don't know how Apple is like displaying the reviews, what count, what doesn't count, how do they like disclose them to the users? Like I have 6 on the App Store Connect, and they're only reviewing or displaying 1. So that's such a weird thing. I don't understand. Um, yeah. Anyways, moving on. Other than that, we had other thing that we needed to kind of glance over really quickly at some point. There is, again, going back to the uncommon common thing, where this is the type of portfolio website that a lot of people are currently doing, and it's interesting. I don't know if this is truly good from a design point of view. I think it's unique 3 months ago, but today it's too much, and we've seen all of that like many many times. So I don't know how it will age. I think it's gonna be time stamped as 2026. Not necessarily good 2026, but to be checked. Again, there is another one that I saved just for the sake of presentation. This one is mostly graphic design, but it contains the same presentation of things, where this makes sense for a poster or for a slide of something, but it is overused in the realm of designers right now. Most designers currently are creating a portfolio that looks somehow like this. Like that's the portfolio. We all have an infinite Canva thing where you can do things in them, and with variations for sure, but most of the designers are like, nah, variation who? Nah, I don't think so. I think I'm just gonna do the same thing as everyone else, and no one's gonna notice. But most importantly, and reminded that um, it's it's a thing that I notice as a designer that is looking at design stuff on a daily basis for a hiring person. Um, you know, it's not gonna it's not gonna work. What you saying? You saying what is that? A working iPhone? Where? Where you where you see that? Oh, that. Yeah, that is the that's the iOS 27 beta that is probably gonna drop on my phone in about a day, just in case. Just, just to know if it works, just to know if it works. And why a Markiplier screenshot? A Markiplier screenshot? Oh, right there. Yeah. Um, his video file got corrupted, and he still decided to use the corrupted files to use his face as a VTuber, PNG tuber to explain the video, and still posted the video. So that's just it's just a usage of creativity that is pretty good. That I think, you know, makes sense. It makes sense. Mars, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How was the weekend? I mean, I do like this concept as a just, well, fuck it. I recorded a day of Subnautica. Why not just use the video anyways, even though it's absolutely corrupted and not watchable in any way, shape, or form? It's just like, the editors just said, fuck it, I'm gonna do that. So, um, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I do, I do think I will be able to fry an egg on the display like always. The first version of the beta is always the hardest of all of the things, and then it starts to go down. But um, it really depends on what I'm doing, and it is the hottest OS on the market for the good first four betas, and then it starts to fiddle out and be okay. But yeah, it's not the best, not the best. But then again, right now, if I have um if I have Perfume that is running in the background, not running in the background, running, and I'm on the detail view of a perfume, it is going to overheat mainly because of the shaders in the background, the liquid glass in the things, and the amount of complexity that I put in place that doesn't need to be there, and that I need to reorganize shit. Like the let me explain. Let me show you why I'm a pain in the ass when it comes to this. So in my own collection right now, the background is a shader. So this animated shaders is going to recompute every single pixel of the display in the background multiple times per second, right? That makes sense. Then, because I'm a dumbass and I don't know how to do this, and I found a way to do it like the Figma way, this image is a component that is composed of this image and two other cards. And the two other cards are right there. And they are within it. So basically everything in here is always present in the view, but just hidden. This shouldn't be the case. That is not the way to do it. However, I don't know how to do it better, and with my current limited amount of knowledge, this was the best option. So I'm gonna just do that, and it's fine. It's not great, but it's fine. Right now, my phone is currently very hot because I'm having this running, even though it's like on my Mac, it's kind of hotter than usual. And yeah, and that happens all the times. The other thing is that the sticker effect is some sort of a shader that is checking the pixel bound of the image that is underneath and then expanding it as a vector shape. So that's why sometimes we end up with shit that is like not exactly true or aligned properly. But it's recalculating every time. And the shadow underneath is also recalculating every time. And I can't really do that as a group because of the text layers. So all of that is calculating and calculating and calculating all the times. I also have random rotations on all of the bottles that is calculated on scroll. If I scroll really fast, sometimes you can see the bottles basically just fit in place in their random rotations. And all of that is just like so much shit happening for no other reason than, you know, why not? Like that's the reason. That's the only thing. And it's really bad. So by simply using my own apps, I'm gonna fry an egg on my phone. So by using my own apps on the latest version of the first version of the 27 beta, I'm gonna fry more. I think I'm gonna cook some chicken. It's just gonna be at a different stage of life, and it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Anyways, we've seen this as well that I kind of wanted to showcase last time. This is mostly for Denny, but you know, others can benefit from this. A lot of people lately have been re-implementing things that are coming back in the realm of the physicals and trying to get some effects on the buttons, on the things, to make stuff look more realistic-ish. This one is kind of bad because like that thing is not centered, but it's fine. But it is interesting, and it's not the first project that I've seen that has that kind of effect addition on top of the existing. The glass has been something that has a pretty positive impact on most apps, but not all of the apps. But it is something to be aware of, as always. And then because I'm seeing all of these like infinite Canva things, uh maybe if you want to, you know, do that, do some infinite Canva with some tapes to hold things. Maybe you can use like real tapes and real scans and so on. So that's an interesting thing. The code name has similar issues running a logic engine, custom physics engine, 3D scene with post processing, 4K 2D scenes with glass shaders, and yeah, it's wild. I'm using the these things, the debugging session things to see like performance and so on. And every time it's just like oh, the three exclamation mark is the name of the project. I see. Is it named not? Is that the name? As in not on, not something, exclamation mark something to say the opposite of. But yeah, the debugging section is not working, not great. The tracing and the flows don't really work, and because I'm not doing testing or I'm not implementing tests in SwiftUI directly, um, it just doesn't work. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. How do I read this? How is that S pronounced? Is it an S or is it a sh? Or is it something else? Z, zok, suk, sh, shuk. Hmm. Shauk. The A is pronounced as well. Shauk. Interesting. Can we see? Can we see some things? Can we have a bit of a preview of the thing in question? Uh, I wish. I wish so bad. Um, where? There? No. Just on Blue Sky. Please. Please discuss. Discuss something with me. It is rigged, but also I didn't land, so I not as rigged as you thought. But it doesn't cost anything, so no refund. No refunds. Um, this one was cute. Same system, same ID, same thing. A lot of people are bringing back the physical into their apps and their projects so that it stands out and it looks, you know, more natural. Here, I have beef with their shadows because the shadow is really bad. But as a concept, I like it. I think it's a good idea. I think a lot of people are doing this as well. Um, but yeah, god damn. Oi. What do you mean you missed the pull-up redeems? Um, this is Czech, Lithuanian, Latvia, Latvian, Lat Latvian. The pick on the right. It it indeed has two left arms. That is true. Is is this on purpose? Also, I mean, you sent the link and I clicked on it, but yeah, um, pretty piece of heraldry design. I see. I'm confused. I'm I'm confused. Like, why? Kai, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? It kind of looks AI-ish with some of the lines, but obviously this is kind of complicated because we don't really know in terms of when that was generated, created, but also um, it looks like a badly vectorized image from Illustrator, like CS2. That's the so it could either be AI generated or badly vectorized from an old version of this crest. But then it's weird. It's weird. What makes me think it's AI generated is these uh, like transitions here and there, and like that's fine, but it doesn't seem really AI-y to me. Like you have the right amount of fingers. Like it's on both hands. You have the right amount of fingers with this amount of weirdness in the vector path. That means that this is probably a, a rendering from Illustrator that has been kind of wrongly done. But this is so weird. I'm not gonna lie. This is really weird. This is not something that we would expect to see on an official um, plan thingy. But the horse legs are okay. Like the amount of legs are okay. The amount of arms are okay. The amount of knight's legs is just one. So that's fine. Everything else is fine. So that's why I'm like, it's not necessarily an AI thing. It's probably a combination of two. Um, illustrations. Like one of them had the sword on the back, and one of them has the flag, but they just mix them. And maybe is very flexible and speedy, and you can see both of his arms. Yes, that is true. That is true. Jonathan, you said you had something to discuss with me. What is it? Did you mean the pull-up stuff? Oh, not me. I see. My bad. My bad. I didn't read the message that was just above, which makes sense. This is wild. This is interesting. This makes no sense. This makes no sense. Chipolis, where's the thing? Also, I mean, if you shared the thing in um on Blue Sky, just send me the fucking link on Blue Sky. You don't post that much. I mean, maybe you do. I don't know. Maybe you do. It looks like you're making it. Yeah. Congrats. It looks like I'm not gonna make it. Then it's yeah, just just far away. God damn it. Feels dropping. That looks like either you're gonna bounce and land in the center, or oh nah. Yeah, that's what I thought. God damn. Congrats on landing though, but not enough. Not enough. And that bomb is not doing anything. That is not an option. Not an option. Yeah, it ain't much. So you have a key and you have some 3D stuff. All right. That is indeed not what I was expecting. I mean, we don't really have the context. That's the thing. I don't have context either. The key is very complex, so that's something. And then this, I don't know if these are the three exclamation points, meaning that this is probably gonna be the title card in the menu, and so that's rotating in the background. Um, but it's interesting. um, but not the mains what I see. Um, ah, well, that's not better. Like, where's the head? The guy's getting the cape just all twisted in. Just he can't see. He's slaying the fucking snake slash dragon thing properly, but he can't see. Or that's long hair. But yeah. It is against the dragon, yes. Uh, have a good dinner time. I wish I could say the same thing. Yeah, this is kind of better, but I mean, it's the same shit. The complexity here is roughly the same. The horse is better in terms of detailing. The placement of the legs makes more sense. But then the dragon, I'm guessing because this is a wing. It disappeared from the previous one that we saw. And the knight, I think the knight's head is right there. But because the lance looks like it's the arm right here, it's such a weird system. That makes more sense. So it was supposed to be the shield and not a sword. And then something happened. This is so weird. This is so weird. all of them combined together is weird. The horse placement there is closer to what we had on the website earlier. The knight placement is closer because we have both of the arms in roughly the same place. Like this could be the staff, and that could be the flag in question. Um, but like, yeah. Um, yeah. I don't think it's an AI thing, but it might be. um, yeah, no, they are not the same. They are not the same horsemen's, for sure, for sure. But it's weird. Um, I do think that this is human-made illustration. I understand that maybe, as you mentioned, someone dropped like a ton of them in an AI model and then generated something out of it and then vectorized it. But I don't think humans, real humans, would not notice the two arms on the same arms twice. Um, but I don't know. I don't know if you get some explanation. I would love to get the explanation as well. Um, I mean, technically, I when we reached the page itself, I didn't necessarily see first of all because I didn't know what I was looking at. But I mean, printing it that big and not noticing is kind of crazy. But then when it's like small like this, if you're working on your screen and it's like not the biggest of details, it doesn't, like, it's fine. Like you can't really see the second arm. So I'm like, I don't I don't know. I don't know. Have a good look. Maybe have a good food time as well. Um, maybe. Or last option. Last option. They had two variants. They had one variant with the flag and one variant with the sword, and they are both SVGs. And the printer opened both at the same time, like dragged both of the files into an Illustrator file, and the one with the sword ended up in the background, the one with the flag ended up in the foreground, and then printed the entire thing together. And that might be why we have both of them. But if what I just said was true, we'd probably have more cape around there, like at least around here, because it's dropping behind his arm. Um, but yeah, that's the only thing. I don't think AI. Again, I don't know, but nonetheless, this is wild though. Yeah, I mean, that was one of the early uh potentials that we said. Like we have a folder with multiple images and then ask an AI to build something out of it. But I don't think that's the case. I don't think that makes sense. Not that it needs to make sense either, but it's just like the output. Um, like when you're vectorizing an image, a drawing, you end up with very similar like blobs because Illustrator is trying to combine things together. And specifically when you have um, crosshatches that are like too close together, it's just going to go in the like 0 or 1 situation. So it's either white or black, but you don't have it in between. Whereas the crosshatch does have this. And so that kind of looks similar to what we just saw a second ago. But like that, that's very much similar. All day. That's closer. That is way closer. Um, but that's what I have in my head. Like I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. Um, yeah, no, I've seen that too, and I do agree with that as well. I do agree with that. Some people would not notice the issues and just continue using said things and be good with it. So I get it, but I don't know. Like this one is good. I should stay there. Should just promote that. Just promoting that, like for no reason. For no reason whatsoever. It just makes sense. Um I don't think AI has been used. That's the thing. I think this is genuinely a human mistake of we had two options and for some reason we combined them because I had them in the same Adobe Illustrator file or the same EPS file, and on export, one of them that was supposed to be hidden in the EPS, and I forgot to remove it, got uncovered from the EPS because EPS is sometimes revealing things that are supposed to be hidden because it is part of the frame in question. And the printer received both, and they just received the things, printed it, sent it directly without necessarily like checking the details and so on, and therefore it went through. But yeah, they have been doing also that's a work on it. They have been doing a ton of very very cool illustrations in the past few months, uh, and I like it. It makes sense. It's cute. There is another one that I liked, but I don't remember when, and I don't know if it's this. I don't think it's the same person. Um, but it's not there. It is not there. Anyways, I don't think I saved it. I know it's somewhere in my likes, but it's not. It's not in there. It's not in there. God damn it. God damn it. Let me give it back to you. That's the type of thing that you want to see. Always. Always. Um so yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That I mean the fucking night makes absolutely no sense, but it also makes some sense. So why not? Why not? Early signs. Early signs. Sorry. Moving on. Moving on. I think we covered everything. I think we covered everything that I wanted to cover for today before the event that I'm probably not gonna watch today. Probably gonna watch that another day, as in tomorrow morning. It's gonna be making a lot of sense. And the other thing is yeah, no, I don't think we can do that. I don't think we can do that. For time specific things. Like I know for some people it's like early and shit, but you don't wake up at 5 in the morning. I don't know why my body just wakes me up at 4:45, and it's just like it doesn't make any fucking sense, and then I try to go back to sleep and I can't. So the earliest I can go to bed, the better it is for me to potentially just get 6 hours of sleep, which usually doesn't happen. Um, and I should get 8, but body says no. So it's not it's not good. It's not good. Sometimes we need ensure survivals and such to ensure that everything is working and everything is good. I would rather send you someone that is doing other things rather than me trying to wait and do things that doesn't make any sense. you know, all of that. So, nonetheless, Five Nights is currently live, which I think is going to be the best option. I haven't seen Stony today, which is crazy. Um, he's sleeping. But yeah, I'm sending you there. We can talk about the Apple event on Wednesday when I'm back. But in the meantime, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciate it. Finance is doing some OBS plugins and things, which is, as always, really useful and interesting. If you have a question and I'm not live, join the Discord, ask the question there. If you have a big ass list of perfumes, go there. If you have a big ass list of links for your socials, go there. And if you are learning Japanese, go there. It's really useful. I'm still working on the Mom UI kit. It's still not good enough. I don't know what I need to do to obfuscate the CSS without obfuscating the CSS properly. It's a bit of a weird thing. That's what I get for wanting to sell things. So, it happens. Anyways, I'm gonna be back on Wednesday. We're gonna have some chats to do. Maybe I will have the update to iOS 27. I have so much doubts on that, but we never know. We never know. Maybe I'm gonna be dumb and I'm gonna do that. Nonetheless, you won. Congrats. I won too, which makes no sense. Anyways, no time. Eat something, drink something, we catch each other. I'll see you soon. Bye.